Good morning, everyone. Man, you guys see Tesla? Mentioned it to everybody. I don't know why I didn't load up on more leaps, but I got us a good amount of leaps. Should have just went in a little bit heavier, but oh well. So for me, my biggest positions are going to be like Tesla and Amazon. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on those. ZM, I added onto it yesterday, so I want to see this thing move up. So I'm going to be looking at it and seeing if I still want to keep the position. I think I still do, and I'm hoping that this, small correction on it was enough. It's not going to come back down, but who knows? Also, the wheat sector isn't looking so hot right now, so still iffy on CGC. I'm up on it, so I'm just going to honor my stop losses. But for anyone that maybe chased it, be careful on that one. NKLA long over 47. No, yeah, 74. I mean, short underneath. I'm still long SIG, but I've already taken some profits out. I mentioned it on voice chat that at 16, $17, it's like reasonably priced. So, you know, it's a good time to scale out. Now, here's the question. Should I get out of my Tesla March calls or should I wait?
AVCT. SCON. DMPI. SFUN. Icon. Duo. HCCH. VRML. Five.
Tesla's still ripping, so I'm still long. Let's see what happens.
TEUM. Chris. NTRP. Oops.
Now, I don't encourage this, but
VAHPI.
NKLA, I took the long over 47.
MTC.
Tight stops under the 43
SWBI.
level.
MOXC. IMRN. NVIV.
Damn, Tesla. I believed in you. So from earnings results, I like Chewy, so CHWY. And I have a position in it,
FUV.
but only a tiny one. I was hoping to get a pullback, but never came back down to my entry price.
BKYI. NEBU. Taka. GME. XELB. FMCI. BIMI.
And got stopped out there. Oh my god, I'm so glad I got stopped out on NKLA. Look at that thing. Holy. $1 loss versus 4. I'll take that.
ATNM.
Right. I broke even on IMRN.
GRPB.
See where it
NVRA.
opens. I still think NKLA is a big fraud.
PSTV.
It's not sitting well with me. As for ES, looks really weak over
LPTH,
here, but we can hold support right around this area. So watch
DPW,
that 2304 to hold. So I'd say ES long here. Perfect. Took it.
JFIN, DMPI, ENBL, SCON,
Took some off and took enough off just to, stop out
HTZ,
50 cents lower. So that's good.
TCO, FUV, AVCT, TCO,
Oh, I am R is open. So maybe just
FNJN,
get out of it. I am RN. There we go. Added on to my Chewy position. I'm hoping this is like the bottom. Let's see. Bottom ticked SPY. That's amazing. I can see a double bottom maybe. So, you know, the first few scalps for me is always going to be
Frequency,
a little bit less dollar per share. $5 a share is not bad. I'll take some off here.
MOXC, SQQQ, TLGT, RADA,
We still have a RSI downtrend, so keep an eye on it. Still on a little bit of a downtrend. I think it's a pullback before a rip, but let's see.
MIT, Lake, Nebulu, Mara,
SPY's looking weak. I think it might crack here, so I'm ready to reverse. If not, I'll add on to it. But right now it's looking
CREG,
pretty weak. I think we get a tank over here. There we go. Beautiful.
JFIN, JFIN, FUV,
And it's funny. NQ is above its VWAP right now, and SPY is below it.
TCO, DPW, MGEN,
BA is a really good stock if you want to do like an iron condor. These ones are easy.
CLDX, PSTV, KYN, Chris,
Tesla's moving back up. I think we can crack 1,000 today. Let's see.
STRM,
NQ is looking a little bit strong. So if NQ breaks 10,065, I'm pretty much just gonna close the short, go
SM,
long again. But let's see. It does look long. It looks like a long here, so I could take some profits on the short side and just flip it. See if I can get like a lower entry.
LAC,
Anyone anyone else trading ES? Nice. Are you guys long or short? I'm currently short. I took the short at the 302.04 break, but yeah, thinking of going long because NQ is a little bit stronger. Now, I want to see NQ break over though. If it makes a new high and it breaks out, then I'll go long on
SCON,
ES. If not, I'm gonna try and stick to that short side.
AVCT, Duo,
My gorgeous entry.
Mara.
Got a 49.63 average on Chewy. It is going against me, and I was expecting it to move up over here. So if it doesn't, I'm just gonna cut it. Okay,
LPTH.
so ES is looking a little bit better. I think it's gonna go down here. Let's see. NQ really has to break this support. I'm still bullish on NQ around this area. Actually, we should flip it. Let's try it. But it's looking like it wants to go more. NQ looks all right for a pushback. I'd say for NQ 10.35. As soon as that breaks, I'll go long. There's some buyers on the tape. That's beautiful.
TCO. UNFI.
Now let's take it all the way to 3206.
DPW.
Is anyone else talking on voice chat, by the way? Okay, good. I'm glad I stuck to ZM. At least it's moving up here.
Lake.
Man, you guys see
GME.
HTZ? This is why I mentioned just short it all the way
CCH.
down. Look at that short.
ATNM. NTRP.
Oh, sorry, John
AVCT.
Gotti. You can talk now. There we go. Just put your mic on push to talk.
Hey there. I'm not sure if it's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I'm
LTRPV.
currently in AMD right now. I'm holding a swing from yesterday.
Good job. Yeah,
Yeah.
still tied from that 43. Still holding.
Yeah. Strong, still a
NEBU.
strong push up.
Yes, I'm long on ES.
I'm still holding Diz swings as well. They did take a bit of a hit. Just debating if I should cut it or not, but I'll give it a little bit of room.
HCCH. Mara.
If it holds 122, you're fine. If it cracks that level, then it looks a little bit bad. Now, SPY is coming down over here, so I could see Disney coming down too. You can always
Okay.
like calls if you wanted to, or buy
Okay.
some.
Thank you. Appreciate that, TJ. Thank you for your insight.
Shit, gonna stop out here. Yes. Who told me to go long?
Chris.
I did.
MOXC. MGEN.
I don't know why I'm going long. I mean, I'm so short on like the markets. It's not even funny anymore.
DPST. JFIN.
You know, NQ is still holding, so I still want to go on the long side again on ES. So I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, I think we should go long.
Sense.
We're at support. If it breaks the support, like there's nothing. As soon as it cracks the support levels, like let's say 3190s, that thing's just tanking. So I think playing it on the long side for now is good. Under 3190, just heavy short.
TCO. PSTV. Guess.
Also in MGNX, by the way, MacroGenX, it did a nice gap up, but I'm not really comfortable in that position. Its price action is a little bit funny. I don't know if you've taken a look at that before.
BNGO.
I'm horrible at biotech, so I just stay away from it.
That's smart. I actually, because I'm not too comfortable in it, I did manage my risk. It's a pretty small position compared to anything else that I trade. But I did get in close to support the other day, and I was trying to scalp it. I decided to like end up holding it overnight. I was comfortable with the position. It was pretty small. I cut the risk down, so and it is
All
in
right.
profits right now. So
I saw that trade and I was like, oh, nice. Good job.
thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
So OSTK is gapping up today.
REML.
Man, look at that daily chart on it. That is ridiculous. $2 to 24. That is ridiculous. Okay, 250, but still. Holy shit. Oh, and one more thing too, John Gotti. What you can do is like, let's say you got the calls and you're right and it went up. Take some off and then use those profits to get some
DPW.
puts. So now you got a nice little spread going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you
For
switch
these,
to
I
IB
actually
yet?
did get shares, but I guess the same thing could apply, right?
PLIN.
Exactly. Did you get IB yet?
I did. I haven't funded it yet. Today would actually be a great day. I think today I'll move some funds out of my TD and move it toward there. I just haven't funded it. Everything else is set up.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Today would be a great day to actually do that. I'm going to take some money out. Thank you. I'm waiting to take profits on
ALRN.
AMD. Keeps getting rejected.
I would hold off on it. AMD does really good over the
Duo.
summer months.
Yeah.
You kind of want to hold on to like if you have a position. If it's options, it's a different story. But we're like right at a breakout point. So if we break over that $60 mark, like this thing's
Yeah.
just gonna fly, especially because they have
Fly,
new
right.
products coming out soon.
Yeah, I did see somewhere.
FUV.
Thank you, Chewy. Now I'm never leaving Chewy.
Are you taking a look at Amazon today?
Yeah, I'm in it, so I'm happy.
IVR.
I just
Okay.
wanted to just climb. They have Prime Day coming up too, so all that's just gonna play a factor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when Prime Day is. I should research that.
I'll
Actually,
look
anyone
into it.
know on the floor? Because like Amazon was an
Chris.
easy bet. Every single Prime Day, just go long. They moved it to September. Those ass.
So you've got quite a bit of time. I was thinking to get into it, but then I saw SPY dumping, and I was like, you know what? Let me hold off.
There we go, Tesla. T Dog, well done on ZM. So where's your stop, by the way, on ZM?
Azul. HCCH.
I'd say 212.
Gas.
Strong push right now on AMD 5830.
AVCT.
Yes. All right. ES is moving up. I'm gonna take some off. I'm gonna take a little bit more off since I took a loss on that last ES trade.
CERS. MDLX.
Oh, and by the way, if you're trading AMD, you want to take a look at
SCON.
SMH because that'll guide where AMD is gonna go.
You said SMH?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Sierra Mother Hotel.
Thank you. Oh, shit, I'm gonna give it a look right now.
I don't have RRGB. I remember we were looking at it as a swing trade overnight, but I think that's Sharky's play. So if you do want any insights, you should ask Sharky about it.
Hall.
I don't think he's on today.
DPW.
I'm considering entering Amazon if it breaks above the high of day.
All right, I'm down to 150 contracts on ES. Now I'm happy. I do think it's now at a resistance, RSI resistance level, so we could see a pushback down, especially because this is intraday VWAP. So we could reverse it here. Why not? Let's do it. Actually, you know what? Let me check NQ first.
JFIN.
Yeah, I still think ES is strong. Only because NQ is so strong. It never like pulled back. Still trading above VWAP and intraday VWAP, so yeah. Plus maybe that's the best entry like that. 31.96, maybe that was the best entry today. And it just continues to climb.
AMD here. Broke high day, 58.55.
BKYI. LTRPB.
I think AMD is still strong. I mean, we get consistent volume over here, taking it up. I would like to see some more volume. So I want to see more consistent volume. Let's say like 500K a minute would be ideal. 4 to 500K.
Thank you, TJ. Volume is slowly picking up here on the 5-minute.
True.
I've been trading AMD since it was like $8. So for me, I'm always going to be a little bit biased on the bullish side. But even on this setup, it just looks really clean.
AVCT.
Tapes still strong, all green across the board. So yeah, let's see. It is
I wish
overextended.
I held some shares from yesterday. I had a pretty large position. I would have tripled if I did, but it's okay. I was good taking profits. I was good at almost 4%. I'm at 4% for today as well on AMD so far.
Nice,
Thank
good
you for the
job.
guidance. Volume looks really good here on AMD.
I see a little bit of weakness, but if we can hold that, when it gets to like a psychological level like 59, you're probably going to see a
TCO.
correction. So if
EMAN.
you're scalping it, you can always take some off. If it
PSTV.
breaks 49s, you can buy back in.
MOXC.
Let's take a look at SMH. Yeah, SMH is looking a little bit weaker over here, so AMD isn't a bad thing to take some size off.
Take some profit. Okay. Holding 58.90.
Oh, just mark it out. You don't have a lot of size to like really move AMD. You can mark it out of like 5K shares without issue. Like minimum slippage. Okay, not 5K. Let's say 1,000.
Okay. I'm holding a relatively small position because when I entered, I was like, you know what, you've already made a good profit on it. Don't get greedy. So I was like, if you enter small on the next break. So it's not too big of a position. See how it reacts here as it gets closer to 59. I may take some profit because I am up over 4% for the day anyway. I don't want to get too greedy.
Good time to take some off. And just mark it in and out. The spread doesn't really matter. We're taking like dollars per share, so I like always just taking off. Because like as soon as I try and take some money off, or you can take it off on the ask, whichever one.
UNFI. Duo.
I just took profits on AMD to be on the safe side. It was small position, so it's a quick 200 profit.
Yeah, good job, man.
Thanks, TJ.
There's still
OPES,
bid support on it,
PLIN.
but let's see. It looks a little, the tape's a
Chris.
little bit, I'd say 50-50 right now. Looking
Uh,
weaker.
Worst case, I can always get a re-entry, right?
Exactly. When you have a strong uptrend like this, look at the use the 8 MA. 8 EMA is probably going to be a good indication of a
UN.
pullback
Mara.
entry. But I still think it's a good pullback. Like it
Okay.
needs a little bit of a pullback.
I don't typically
But look,
use EMAs. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I'm gonna add that though.
see how there's some tanking, like there's a lot of tanks going on AMD, but someone's absorbing all those shares and bringing it back up. When you
Yeah.
see that kind of a setup, you know it's going to continue to run. So that's what you
CLPS.
want to look for if you want to get back into it. But right now
Okay.
it still looks weak. So let's see.
Okay.
If we hold that 58.80, looks strong. If it tanks below that, then we're probably going to get like, 58 50s. We're getting consistent volume here, so it's probably going to break out. You just got to take out that wall. Oh, damn, look at
AVCT.
that order. 70K. Yeah, they took out a nice big chunk there. That's a bullish sign, by the way, because it just held. I can see AMD moving up over here.
OPES. Adil.
Let me break AMD's wall. Yeah,
DPW.
there's a hidden ask there.
CCH.
Ooh, SPY's coming down.
NET.
I knew I should have shorted it down. Man, you
MGEN.
guys see the airlines? Airlines are just tanking, just all over the scanners.
It's a good thing I took profits right at the top on AMD.
Uh, yeah, it's always better to be proactive. You always get the
Duo.
best exits.
Yeah, and thank you for your insight as well, TJ. Couldn't have done it without you, so appreciate that.
Yeah, no
See,
problem.
waiting to get a re-entry here on AMD. I may size smaller. I don't want to get greedy. I've had a pretty consistent green.
I added onto ES. Let's see if it goes up here.
REML.
The market's looking weak here, so I know I just added, but ready to reverse it. If we crack the 31.94, reverse it. We're probably gonna go down to 31.80. I forgot what my
CLPS.
level was, but somewhere around there.
War.
Trademark, well done. 2K a day.
Chris.
That's beautiful. You know, it was like
Check.
2 years ago, but I was able to always make 3K a day. And once I made like, 3K a day, like consistently, that was like my target. As long as I made 3K, everything else, I just risk it and I take
AVCT.
bigger bets. And that's how I kind of got better. It was just making sure that I had enough to hit my daily target. As soon as I hit that daily target, whatever profits I made more, I'll use that towards my stops.
Verb.
No,
Adil.
no, I'm chasing this short. I knew I should have shorted it. Uh, let's see. I don't have a hard stop on it, so let me see if I can break even.
HT. HT. BKYI.
Yeah, market's tanking, guys. So all the trades that you guys are long on, be careful.
PSTV.
Okay, 3190, I said, is a S1 level. I should have just listened to my watch list. Jesus. Yeah, that would have worked.
When you said the market was tanking, I forgot I was selling shop swings. But I don't mind holding shop for a little bit. It's still pretty strong. I got in
SFUN.
my entry initially at 530, so I'm okay.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on to that shit.
Yeah, and we have a lot of room for it. I was gonna buy calls on it, like I'm only in share. I was gonna buy calls on it yesterday, but I was a little bit hesitant. The risk reward wouldn't have been so great, and I would have used too much of my portfolio. I was thinking to actually get calls for about a month out, but then I was like, you know what? Let me, take trades that are a little bit more certain. AMD shop wasn't moving too much at all yesterday either, so.
Oh, by the way, AMD's looking a little bit stronger here. SMH pulled back and could bounce over if you're still trading it. But it really depends, John, because I don't know what your strategy is. If you're it's like a swing trade or long term or like more of like a scalping strategy.
I generally do day trades or swings, depending on what it is and where I'm entering. If I feel like there's enough room for it to run. Uh, Considering that AMD
HTCH.
hasn't really, broken. Uh, You know what? You're right. I may have had to. If it breaks above its current high of day, I may enter back. 58 and 9. I'm also considering its current risk to reward ratio, right? Like its all time highs. We're not too far off. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Yeah. I don't think the risk to reward ratio is like,
NLTS.
unless it breaks above that. I don't want to get greedy and to give back profits. I'm eyeing Amazon right now, actually. Shop is climbing as well. It's good.
I'm always bullish on Amazon. They're just disruptors. You can't, you can't like not be long this stock.
That's true, yeah. I mean, it's the only thing it's done during this whole coronavirus period is just grow,
Mara.
right? So,
Duo.
SPY is tanking. Yeah, SPY is looking ugly here.
FUV. AVCT.
Oh, but look at the volume on SPY. Yep. Fuck it. I'll try the long because someone's trying to support it up.
GMS.
So NQ can drop another like 10 points, but it could hold here.
ICLK.
Oh man, I was so sad when I saw TQQ this morning, but now I'm
Oops. EB. Taka. Chris. ATRO. WKEY. Adil. SGMS.
I couldn't help myself. I had to go
TCS.
long. I was just looking at the 30-minute chart. We're at pretty much a support level. If it breaks that 3180s, definitely. Right now, the tape's just telling me there's a correction. Well, there's a move. We should have a nice little correction. So I took it and took a little bit more size just in case.
SMHB.
Do have a bit of FOMO with Amazon, but I'm just staying away as, SPY
GOL.
doesn't look so awesome here.
ZOM.
I'm not a scalper, so Amazon I'd probably hold for a few days. What do you
Yeah,
think,
I'd
dude?
wait for a pullback on Amazon.
Yeah.
TCS.
Oh man, VIX is at 28s. And guys, we mentioned this too. When VIX goes at 28s and stays over it, this is a good sign because now people like funds that are hedging their portfolios, they're going to be rolling over their contracts. And, a spike correction we're expecting to happen this week or next week. So, probably this week up until like, I'd say next Wednesday. So, say in the next 5 days.
MGEN.
So, this might be the correction. I'm just playing it on the long side just in case I'm wrong. Want to make some money going up just in case. I am still long on this one. I got 31.88, 2.8 average, and just seeing if we can pull back up.
2.
And the reason for me being like bullish on this is, take a look at the hourly chart. Let's say like a
AVCT.
10-day hourly or even a 5-day. This is a previous bounce level. So if we can't bounce here, then we know it's going to tank. And at that point, we can go like YOLO. There's not much resistance too, all the way until like 31.40-ish. So that's going to be a crazy tank. I think we got it, hopefully.
Duo.
Come on, where's Trump when you need him? Where's my boy JP?
CENX. Duo.
I did add a small position to edit support.
DPW.
It's starting to hold here.
You guys know this is like the song when you're long on the market. If that song doesn't make you go all in, I don't know what will.
MOXC.
Took some off to take some risk off the trade.
XNET. CCH.
I should have taken more off. All right, guys, let's go on StockTwits, and everyone, let's just pump ES and SPY and any other derivative.
I'm down for that. Disney starting to hold here.
Actually think we got the bottom though, so let's see. We have to. If this doesn't work, shit, I'm just gonna load up. I'm just gonna sell calls. My shorts are scaring me. This is the first time that I traded
Chris.
TQQQ, and I have 4,000 contracts. So yeah, kind of scared. Hopefully it goes my way. If not, that's a big loss. It's actually okay because like I have VIX at 26s, so the profits I made on VIX alone today outweighs the loss I would make on that one. But I was just thinking like I need a hedge on my portfolio. Why not try it this way? It is a little bit more trickier to calculate. But yeah, let's see. Maybe it'll work. If it doesn't, never touching that ticker ever again. I mean, in hindsight, I should have gone with like this ticker.
LTRPB.
What is it called? What's the SPY one? 3x SPY.
Mara.
Okay, NQ crack support. So I'm gonna see if we should scale out here. Yeah, NQ drops. SPY is just coming down.
OBLG.
It's already on a downtrend, so maybe reverse.
CNSP.
This time I got a hard stop on it, and I have an order ready to pretty much just short the bid. Good job, AZ. Well done, buddy. Fucking killing it. Oh man, that AMD exit was amazing, John. Well done. Look at that. Now you can buy it again, like
Thank you, sir.
58. If it stays 58, I'd say buy it. And then you get another $1.
Yeah, now the risk to reward is looking a lot better. I just wasn't comfortable there because I know the high is close to 60. It didn't make sense for me to lose back the profits that I got, right? So, but yeah, thank you. Wouldn't have been able to do it without you, brother.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's why I like working as a team. It just makes it so much easier. I'm actually considering
INUV.
taking AMD actually if it holds this level. I should take it, yeah.
AVCT.
I'm currently just trying to focus. I know it'd be a good idea, but I'm currently trying to focus on Disney and Shop because I'm already in three positions. It's hard to manage. I was just looking at AMD before. Um, well, it is getting a nice push. I'm
L2.
tempted, but it's hard to manage all of them at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. It is. It's a mission.
Check.
I'll see if I can get a better entry on it. If it does fall a little bit further, and I can get
Kind
in,
of chased
with
it up.
peace of mind, better risk reward.
Kind of chased it, but
PSTB.
Because I'm not scalping it,
stop it
right?
off.
I usually day trade
Exactly.
your swings, so I'm not putting in big size either, so there's not a lot of profit on the
Oh, I
table.
forgot you had to pay Canadian commissions. That's horrible.
Yeah, once I get over to IB, I'll be okay.
Game changer. Once you can actually break even on a trade and not have to worry about making a couple pennies.
Oh man, that's such a game changer because I would have got out of MGNX yesterday if it wasn't for that. Because I think I paid at least $1,000 in commissions this month, 1,000 US. So
Yeah, bro. Commissions will eat you up. Try to avoid it at all costs.
I remember that was one of the
TDC.
biggest things you taught me. I was supposed to set up Questrade, and then I didn't follow my risk management a couple months back, and then I remember blowing a very small account. And that was a strong lesson learned. Thank you, TJ. Appreciate the tough love as always. I think that the second entry on Disney was good. It's starting to pump here.
Yes, we got the bottom on ES. Life is good. Look at NQ. It is ripping here, so that's good.
I got
I'm
the
taking a little
close
bit
to the
off.
bottom on Disney as well.
Nice,
I got
good
in.
job.
I got in close to the 121. I think with my commissions, it pulled in at 120 and 34, I believe, somewhere around there. Yeah, pretty close. Wow, look at Disney go.
Okay, I took a little bit off just in case.
Chris. True. FUV.
We're at RSI resistance over here. If we can break over, it's gonna look so good on a reversal. Keep an eye on NQ, and I might actually I should be taking some off on VIX. Give me one sec.
Pets. DPW. JFIN. Gene. ONCS MOXC
This is beautiful. VIX profile changed. This is good. So I mentioned this before too that they're going to be rolling over, and as you can see, like the previous picture I posted on the VIX contracts, you can see it was at the 28 marks, and then started rolling it over a bit higher. This is good. Yeah, I'm still in SPY. I got 150 contracts. Yes. Just keep in mind, guys, like I take contradictory positions just to help me out. So when I think this is a pullback, obviously, one thing I'm going to do is get out of the put side, right? So anything that I'm short on, I want to scale out of those. Anything that I'm long on, you know, I want to add on to those opportunities. And you just do the vice versa. So I'll always have like a mix. There's always going to be contradicting positions, long and short, and it just depends on the time frame and what I think is a good deal. Is that's when I'll kind of like flip those trades at least.
AVCT
NKLA. So I wrote the calls on that, right? Up 90% on it. Oh, that's crazy.
I sold the put on it yesterday. I think I was up like 75% when I bought it back.
I know. It's amazing. I fucking love it because the Ivy was just jacked up on it.
It was over 500%.
It went up 500%.
IV, yes.
Oh, yeah. I had like 500% like gains. I was like, holy. That's what I was expecting when I was trading it. I was like, okay, I'm going to make, 400 something percent. I only locked in like 300% on the puts that I got.
Oh, by the way, are you still holding your puts on CHK?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, why not? That one I'm up like 425%.
Well, how much more can you get out of it? I was just thinking this morning that CHK can, I don't know, get delisted or can gets halted and then goes to OTC.
But we'll know when that's going to happen, right? And it's just going to tank all the way down. I never tried this strategy on like stuff that's going to go bankrupt. So I was thinking, we'll have advance warning when it does, like the
INUV
day that it delists. At that time, or, let's say a week before
Pets
then, because I got January contracts on it. Man, that thing was such a tough trade to get into. It was ridiculous. And this is CHK. I thought it would have been like easier.
Gene
Well, the spreads
JFIN
weren't too good and then it was getting halted every, what, 30 seconds?
True.
and KLA just dropped $3.
Yeah, I finally got shorts on it, so just being patient.
GCO.
I know it's not worth this much. Like it doesn't make sense to me at all.
MOXC.
Hey, runner, when you're trading those, just take a break. You know, the market's going down. Those are like stocks that's going to come down anyways. So I think your reasoning behind it was okay. Just, take a break, especially if you don't make that really good first trade. And stop out on the next ones. Don't try and make it back in one trade. And then just tackle something else. I mean, you're trading pretty much the same sector. Trade something else. Trade something totally different. That being said, I should get out of AMD. Oh no, AMD is still there.
TJ, are you scalping AMD or?
I just took it for a scalp. I already have a long term
Triple
position at
MJY.
43. So this one I was just like scalping in and now. But I haven't taken any profits.
Wow, at 43. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
And
Kudos to
I
you.
have a small position from 28, but I'm
AVCT.
down to 250 shares.
Th- That
Way.
is insane. You say 2,200 shares?
Chris.
No, 250 shares at the
Two,
28 level.
PSTV.
It's
oh,
in
at the
one of my
28 level.
portfolios that I never sold.
Wow. I
Oh,
mean, yeah,
yeah.
that entry doesn't even matter, right? Like, wow.
And
Check.
this is the easiest way to build your long terms is, day trade the fuck out of anything you want to hold for a long term. Oh, look at AMD. Thank God. There we go. See, that was a beautiful trade. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the daily chart. My bad. I'm like, yes, it looks beautiful. And then, no, that was just the daily. Oh, yeah. And hold a portion of it. Believe me, you'll get some really good profits if you just hold on to a portion and just keep it and then move on to the next one. And you just continuously do that. And that's worked out really good for me.
I think that's the next area I have to work on because it's easy for me to day trade and now to swing, but it's very difficult for me to hold something over a long term. Like even though, for example, Amazon, I wanted to get
F.
a long term, maybe a few months out. I knew it'd be a great idea, but I just couldn't see myself holding it. It's challenging for me, I guess. Something I have to work on.
Oh, it is.
I've
It
never been
always
much of an
is going to
investor.
be like that. But it's not a big deal as long as you like secure profits along the way. Like when I bought my big position in Tesla, that day I hammered at it until I was comfortable with my position.
JRJC.
That makes sense. So I guess
Joe.
if I was to maybe slowly scale out and take a bit of profit, I would be comfortable. I guess yeah, it's something I have to practice and work on. Maybe just start small and yeah.
Yeah, and scalp the trades that you want um, before you hold on to that big position, because that's been like my best strategy.
So I guess you build up enough cushion room and it allows you to take on that risk, right?
Exactly. So the week that Tesla that I bought it at the 480s, let me just see here.
It's crazy because I shorted Tesla all the way down, and it was a bit of luck too. It was right before it reversed when they said Tesla was going to go bankrupt, and then I was too scared to get in after that. And then 400s, I didn't touch it. 500s, and I was like, you know what? Let me not touch it. and then I traded 1 2 times around 700 ish, but very small size, and that was about it.
Hoku.
It's just that it makes insane moves, and at that time my portfolio was a lot smaller, so I didn't want to take on the risk of it, dropping a couple hundred, or Tesla does some crazy things, right, in both directions.
Yeah, so I just posted it over there too. So that week when I was trading Tesla, look how many shares I traded just on Tesla alone. Just until I was so comfortable that if I made money, I'm gonna be so good. I don't care whichever direction it goes, and I just kept scalping it that week.
Wow. Lost for words here. What? Am I reading that right?
Yep, that's a shit ton of shares. That's
Which day was
Tesla.
INUV.
That was the week of.
SFUN.
Let's see here. Oh, and I was scalping it like every single day, by the way, leading up to it, like especially when it was at the oh my, yeah, 370s. What was my entry there? Yeah, 430 was my average on that day, but I kept scalping it until I held on to my long term, and that was in March 30th.
IEA. TTOL.
Yeah, the total value on that day was 12 mil. Yeah, so you were 3% of the volume on that day.
Probably.
AVCT.
Oh, that wasn't the whole day, by the way. That's a weekly one. So that week, that's how much I was trading. It's just easier to show you because every single day I was scalping Tesla, like every day. So my entire chart is just orders in and out.
MOGO. TPVG.
But what a beautiful chart.
JFIN.
All right, SPY's looking weak over here. Damn it. Should have taken some off first.
MOXC.
Or maybe this is an ad. This is why I hate adding on to my trades. It's so stupid because at the moment I add it over here, I'm just going to get stopped out because it's going to go lower. And then it just increase my risk for no fucking reason. Since it went down,
TLGT.
I'm gonna add, but yeah. I mean, it went down like really fast. Let's see if this works. This better work. Okay, in hindsight, I am so greedy because that was pretty much $8 a share. Still looking weak. I do see a little bit of buyers stepping up, but not a ton of volume. I want to see if we get more volume on this candlestick.
FAMI. CVLT. Chris.
That's looking really good on
ZKIN.
VIX. What do you guys think? Should we add here or not? Not it is. There we go.
AVCT.
Exactly why I don't like adding on to my positions. Because if I do, boom, it drops. And then I'm like, shit, and I have to take a lot. Now that I didn't add, I can give it a little bit of room. And now I can probably add it at a cheaper price.
TIGR. Check. Mara.
Those were my levels right now. So, this crack is, it's probably going to just continue to tank. I hope it does. NQ's looking weak. It is at a previous bounce level. So I'm going to try to, look for the long opportunity still, even though I said if it cracks that 3180s, I'm going to go short. The level that I had is 3183. So let's see that 3180 level.
JFIN.
Readjust.
INUV.
All right, I took it long. Where's Jay Powell when you need him?
Duo. MOXC.
I could use him right now for Disney. It's starting to pull back again.
Yeah, the market tank. That's why.
Not good timing. But I'm glad I didn't get back into AMD. It's at 5806.
CLDX.
IB would come in really handy right now with no commissions. I'd be able to get in and out so much better.
thing I like about IB. Pretty much the only thing. It's just the commission.
Yeah, and it would put a couple thousand back in my pocket as well, right? So yeah, and I mean, then down the line, if I stuck with TD, I'd be losing a lot more in commission. So yeah, I gotta fund it today.
Yeah, like when I started, I used Trade Zero because with Trade Zero, if you trade more than 300 shares, sorry,
JFIN.
200 shares, it's free orders, like free commission. So, I used to trade using that platform like religiously because all I had to do was buy 200 shares and just keep trading it. So it's free. They kind of, they still have that, but actually, I still recommend Trade Zero. But again, if you're a new trader, you don't want to be trading 200 shares. You can trade less. And to be honest, you can pretty much like trade, you know, even like the tickers that we trade, you can trade like even, let's say, like 25 shares and still make money.
That's true. Question for you, DJ. How were the when they were like free commissions? How were the fills and stuff? Did you have
Chris.
any issues?
Not really, because I stuck to large caps, right? Large caps works, guys. That's why I always mention trading large caps. I mean, we had a discussion with Soya this morning. You guys can take a look at the chat. And he's like, I love pennies, and I'm like, yeah, but it's your large caps that makes your biggest gains. And I don't know Soya's entire like trading portfolio, but I can guarantee that his biggest wins was on large caps. And when I look back on mine, my biggest wins are on VIX and large caps. They're not on AWX
DPW.
or DGLY or stuff like that. It's always on those
GARS.
large caps that you can really capitalize a good amount of money and build your account. And by doing that, we can trade penny stocks afterwards, right? So for me personally, if you're looking for strategies, it has to be sustainable, it has to be scalable, and it has to be like reasonable. Like you can't always trade penny stocks. I mean, right now penny stocks are moving. We have tickers that are over 100%. Yeah, fine. I'll dabble at it. Um, if it was a slow market, you can't use the same kind of strategy and expect the same kind of results. And for me, like when you're trading, it's a constant battle of your expectations, of your risk management, of how much risk you can take on. Um, and sometimes you get stopped out, like you saw on ES. I got stopped out like at least 3 or 4 times today, but it's okay because that one pullback like just paid off for all of those losses. And then right now, this trade is pretty much just profits, so that's good. And I have like 600 contracts, so I'm gonna be like scaling out slowly. Believe me, once you have enough money to trade penny stocks, you can move markets. That's the problem too. But it's also a good thing. Sometimes it helps.
SHLO.
It's just we can't alert them.
MDJH.
There we go. Hopefully that's the bottom on ES. Now I'm going to take some profits off just to secure something.
MOXC.
Since my entry is so low, I don't have to take so much off. I just have to, set my stop loss and just forget about it. So I think I got the bottom now, finally on ES. So I'm just going to just hold on to it and let it run. Because if you take a look at that hourly chart, if we do not hold this level, it's tanking down to like 31.45 with like ease.
Duo. Fang.
I'm also selling some TQQ puts. So let's see if it works. No, I like going in the money.
Chris.
I can take a little bit more risk, so I like going in the money as close as I can. Just because if I see TQQ is gonna hold, 95s, sell the 95.
Lake.
Worst thing that can happen is as soon as it gets under 95.20s, stop. But because of theta, like I mean, today's Wednesday, so theta is gonna do a lot of the work for me. Plus, there's a lot of like volume on it, so it's easier to get in and out of it. I haven't tried trading in this one, but I'm gonna try it out, see if it works. Leverage on leverage, beautiful. All right, so we're at resistance levels on ES over here, 31.90. That's again like $8 a share on ES is amazing.
AVCT.
So $8 to $10 is what I usually average. So because of that, this is where my trades are telling me this is my sweet spot. I should take out profits. So what do you think I should?
MTC. TTOL.
Good call, Cypher.
WKEY.
Gotta trust the strategy. Let's say, yeah, right around here is good.
LMFA. JRJC.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
JRJC.
Can someone post
MOXC.
Elon Musk's memo on the semi truck? Because I know Musk's truck is amazing. Like the way it's designed, the range that it has, the
WKTDC.
ability to go over like, it has unlimited. Okay, not unlimited, but it has a shit ton of torque, which means it can go, 80 miles an hour on like a 40-degree incline, right? So there's that advantage of electric vehicles. So let's see how it does. I mean, if they can come up with that truck, they are going to just capitalize on a huge market. Because I mean, more than trucks. I mean, a truck, a 18-wheeler costs the same as like a Ferrari. All right, that was perfect. Now on ES, thinking of reversing it down to 100 contracts now.
PUYI.
No, don't tank yet. ES, don't do it.
CLDX.
NKLA is tanking, so let's see what happens here. Oh, and there's one more thing I wanted to bring up too. So there's a lot of people that are investing in penny stocks because they're like, it has a good balance sheet. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you.
PHG.
Now, when I was looking at Tesla, because there wasn't a lot of public data out, I bought it on the breakout. If you take a look at the first few years that it was trading,
SFUN.
you'll see that it was trading at like $20, $30 mark, and it was just channeling. Now, the entire time I was waiting for that breakout to enter on the breakout, because that's what we're taught, is to enter those breakout points. And at that time,
INUV.
I was like, all right, I'll do that. I'll wait for the breakout. And I entered it on the breakout. Now, if the company is good, it's going to be good today, tomorrow, 1 year from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. There's no rush for you to get in at the bottom. You're never going to hold it anyways. And if you're telling yourself you're going to be holding on to it from $5 a share, you're lying to yourself because every single trade in your trading journal would be contradicting what you're trying to achieve there.
AVCT.
So I always tell people, don't be so worried about catching a bottom on a fundamental play. That means nothing. It really doesn't, right? Because tell me, how many of you guys actually held on? I haven't. Like, I got lucky on some trades. I've made a shit ton of profits on it. I've made good percentages on it, but it wasn't like a trade where I didn't take out profits already. If I knew it was going to run up 200, 300%,
XOG.
I would have had full size in it. I didn't. I had a portion of it and I kept it. And I was like, this is a long term. Don't touch it. Put a stop. Leave it. And that made sense to me. Now, that is a strategy. Buying and hoping that this penny stock is going to be the next Tesla, that's not a strategy. And you're always going to get these contradicting points too. Like some days you're going to be like, shit, all I had to do was buy NKLA and I would have been a superstar. And yeah, you're going to get those black swan of events. But guys, there is like, how many tickers are there in the market? Like 16,000, 14,000, I don't know, something like that, right? From all of those, you pick the fucking one, like less than 1%, and you're using that as your rationality, like decision making to be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to hold on to the next one, right? It doesn't make sense. So always make sure that you guys are being realistic in that sense. Now, a VC, I use a VC as an example because this is a strategy that works for VCs. What they do is they buy companies before they go public with the sole goal of just making it public. The moment it goes public, these guys are making 500 to like 10,000% return. So when these VCs are buying every single shit idea on Silicon Valley, they only need like 2 out of all 50 ideas to make up for the loss and still make money. So for them, their business model is revolving around that concept. So it makes sense. Does it make sense for us? No, it doesn't. We don't have unlimited cash flow at our disposal. We don't have that ability to buy like private placements. So if we don't have that same, you know, like leverage that they do, you're just going to set yourself up to fail. We always hear about that one guy that held on to Amazon shares from this much, or that one guy that put $5,000 into
JFIN.
Berkshire Hathaway and he kept it from like 10,000. Now it's worth like, multi-millions. We heard about that janitor that sold his Apple shares for $70,000 and now it's worth millions. Have you ever noticed that it's one guy out of a float of like billions? Right? So always remember that there is obviously a few people that are exceptions to the rules. And yeah, sometimes you might actually have the very best entry and you never sold. I agree. But does that always happen? Are you going to do that on every single trade and expect the same result? No, right? So make sure you guys just, do that reality check. Be realistic. I would love to just be like, yeah, I held Tesla from $40. I didn't. I like looking at it now, maybe I should have. But at that time, I was like, I didn't know it was going to go up to 1,000. If I did, fuck yeah, I would have held it. But it's so much easier in hindsight. And then I looked into it too. I'm like, okay, what if I did hold into it? Then I realized the capital that I'm taking out of the markets on my winning trades, reallocating it to new trades, that's making me more money than me just sitting on one trade
LMFA.
and just holding on to it. So yeah, I hope that rant helps you guys out and set like realistic expectations, why we trade large caps, why we invest in it, why I'm like AMD, I'm down
Right.
on it. I added as much as I can. And now I have a shit ton of shares on it. And that's okay because it's AMD. I trust it. It'll go up. And now I'm like at break
Chris.
even. And I'm fine with that. But if I did that
THG.
on something like NK, I'll be like at the edge of my
CCM.
seat, just thinking, okay, am I
TIGR.
gonna lose everything?
HCCH.
Yeah, there's that opportunity cost, right? Where your money could have been used for something better. And, looking at the PNL, I think I did good on that. Yeah, maybe I would have paid less taxes on it, but that money, I was able to use that money, make more money, and then put it back into the same stock with more shares and more size. So, you know, there's always that thing you always have to remember. We don't have an unlimited amount of cash flow. If I did, holy shit, I'd buy every single stock. What's the point of me trading? There's no point. I can just buy every single one of the stocks, and then just for shits and giggles, I'll just buy just leaps with the rest of my money. And that's it. That's all I have to do for the rest of my life. But we don't have unlimited cash flow. Like it would have been easy for me just to be like, yeah, I'm gonna put like
DXF.
let's say 1% weighting on every single one of the tech companies I like. Overall, I'm gonna make money. But the way we make money, like I'm already up like 40 something percent this year on my long terms. If I did that strategy, buying 100 different companies, putting 1% weighting on it, making sure that it always stays at 1%, so you take off the winners, you add on to the losers, and you just keep rolling like that.
Additive.
I probably would have made, 30% maybe. Plus, there's no timing. If we started this in January, I would have been down. If we started that idea in, March, obviously it would have been better. But again, who knows when the bottom is? If I knew, I wouldn't have got puts. I would have, went all in. So dividend, I think it's good for you guys. I just don't think for me, it's just higher taxation. So I don't want that. Now, divvy stocks also, you have to realize, why are they giving you dividends? Because they want you to be in their stock. They want you to hold it. They don't want you to trade it. They don't want you to be aggressive on it. But the stocks that we trade, look at our timing. Our timing is usually amazing. Oh, wait 1 second. Yes, 1 second. Should we reverse here?
JRJC.
I'd say reverse under 31.95.
INUV.
Okay. So the trades that we do, I mean, we're pretty good at timing entries and exits. So for that reason, why am
XOG.
I going with a stock that takes that capital
HUSN.
appreciation and provides it as a quarterly dividend, right? So they're just taking the money that we gave them to do something good with it, and they're just giving it back as a reward. But that incentive is once every quarter or sometimes once a year. So for me, as a day trader, as a swing trader, is that important to me? Hell no, it isn't. Because I want to make money on every day, not invested in a company that gives it back to us once a quarter. So yeah, there's that. The other thing is, like, it depends where. Like, if you have a dividend, like high yield dividend fund in your 401k, yeah, go for it. That's
AVCT.
perfect. That's a different investment objective. But if you're like trying to make good bank really fast, consistent gains, the highest percentage that you can without risking too much, that nice sweet median, then and you want like 30% returns, then you're probably going to want to go with, tech stock. The beauty of tech is it's always leading the market. So when it leads the market, even if you're dumb and you do something stupid, you'll still make money if you just held on. Bag
Duo.
hold, but you know, historically speaking, you can't really go wrong
SDRL.
unless you went all in on like some
FANG.
small ass penny stock. Then yeah, definitely. Even if it's in tech, nothing can save it. Have you noticed all the offerings that came out? Have you noticed how little offerings came out on tech stocks versus like every other sector? Which is why we also like tech. They're not.
Chris.
They don't need
Lyle.
like cash. They have cash. They have abundance of cash because their profit margins are better. That's the only reason why we like Tesla over Ford. Why is Tesla valued so much and they produce so little compared to Ford? Easy profit margins. All right, now I'm going to take some off on AMD. Have you taken a look at the long-term chart on those?
CLDX. SFUN.
It's designed to go down. So personally, I'd say no, don't do it. Not worth the risk. You could have traded Shopify and still hold on to it. Um, you can trade these, by the way. I'm not saying not to trade them. I think it's way better to just, you know, yeah, short it. Shorting it is way easier. They're designed to deplete, right? Every time that they have to roll over, it comes at a cost. Anything 2x, 3x, always remember it comes at a really big cost.
MOXC.
All right, I took the short on ES, but I did post some news that might keep it bullish. So, keep a tight stop if you're shorting ESC.
DPW. CCM. ALRN. HUSN. MTC.
I'm gonna slowly cover my UAL shorts. I'm holding UAL short from 48 to 67. Yeah, so I was hoping that we'll see like it'll just tank under 40. I do have a shit ton of shares on this. I have 50,000 shares, so
AVCT.
yeah, I don't want it to go up. I'd say if it stays over 41, that's when
PUYI.
I'll start like really scaling out. Until then, I'm still sticking to my biasness, which is, airlines is going to take a long time to recover. And, they just wasted money on buybacks, which is pointless. So, even like people say it's a relatively good value because, before this whole tank happened, it was at $80. Yeah. But at
Duo.
$80, these guys were loading up the shares at like 90, right? They were pretty much buying back their shares, controlling the flow. Now at this price, people are obviously going to say, hey, we're going to get a mean reversion to 65. Yeah, that could happen, but not likely
DXF.
because they didn't really
Wow.
invest anything into their business to make their business model grow. Instead, they, control the
INUV
flow
Chris.
and did absolutely nothing with it because they just lost money. They just blew money that investors were giving them. So, in that sense, since their profits just went into doing something completely useless, I still think that we're probably going to
CP.
get to like around 35, 30.
Was that for UAL?
Yeah, you can't really blame the company either. Trump gave some really good tax incentives to do buybacks. Buybacks is the reason why the market went up during the Trump era, more than any other thing that really contributed to it. So yeah, it's not a bad thing. Like for tech companies, when they do buybacks, it's not a bad thing either. Like Facebook had buybacks, so many other companies had buybacks. But look at those stocks now versus companies like UAL. The market is obviously going to complain that buybacks are wrong. I still think it's important. You have to be able to control supply and demand, and a company's job should be determined. Should have the right to determine how much they should have on supply and the demand side. They got hit with a shitty hand, um, but it's also due to management. I mean, this isn't something that they couldn't have prepared for. They could have, made it a little bit better, reacted faster. And airlines takes a huge part in that too. So for that reason, it's a short.
For that reason. Yeah, I like
Also
it.
because I hate on United. I hate them. I despise them to the core.
Mara.
Why the hatred?
I was late 7 minutes and they closed down on me. 7 minutes because, I didn't understand Spanish. I got dropped off at the wrong terminal. And come on, guys, it's Mexico. I was already drunk. You think I'm going to remember Spanish, especially when I'm drunk? Hell no. So I got dropped off at the wrong terminal, had to find a taxi, which was like a huge walk just to get to the right terminal. And it turns out that it was like a 20-minute drive just to the terminal. So I missed the flight. And then they made me stay for an extra day. And I just returned my rent-a-car. So then I had to get another taxi to the rent-a-car place and then book another accommodation.
Wait, were you economy class or first class or what?
Business.
Business, and they still left you after 7 minutes?
Oh
Wow.
man, I recorded that conversation too. It's not even like I recorded that conversation. It's on my old phone. But I did because it was just so frustrating. Like when I'm late in Toronto and I go into the airport, it can be 30 minutes late. They're like, "Hey, listen, we're going to get you one of those go-karts, not go-karts, what do you call it? Those carts."
JRJC.
And they'll like take me to my gate.
JRJC.
Here, I was late 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. And they're like, sorry, we're closed. I'm like, are you serious? It's a fucking computer. How long does it
SDRL.
take to open?
You got compensated for that, right?
Yeah, because of my credit card, but not because of them.
Aw, boo.
I was going to complain, but I'm like, United has such a bad reputation that it's not like
HUSN.
they're going to do anything. Plus, that would take too much time out of my time. So I was like, screw it.
XRF.
I was just wondering which plane dragged the doctor off the airplane. It was
Sorry.
do you remember the Asian doctor, really old guy that got dragged off the plane?
Yep, United plane.
I was just wondering, like, is that United? Yeah.
I don't mind LUV though. I think it's a really good company. It was 28 when I was looking at it, and I'm like, this is a really good deal for it. I think it still is. Um, so
CLPS.
maybe I should have like
CCRC.
gone long on LUV today and then stay on the UAL short.
Baku.
Come on, ES. You know you want to tank. I'm watching NQ really closely because if it doesn't tank here, it's just going to go up. And if you take a look at how it's holding,
Chris.
it's pretty strong. It's a nice support level too, 31.93. So I want to see that crack. If it doesn't, I'm just going to get out of the short.
Andy, I'm a pretty big fan of Dow, especially around $28 to $30. I'm invested in AL and D. So TJ, why do you like LUV or Southwest? I kind of I found this chart and I'm kind of going off of supply and demand off of these airlines. The ones with more destinations, I feel like they're gonna have more demand, obviously.
So that's the thing. When everyone's going for that, the ones that have the most routes, it comes at a cost too. They have higher cost, so that means lower profit margins. With LUV, they're able to be a little bit more flexible. They can decide to, reduce some of those, routes, while companies that have major hubs, major stops, they're not going to be able to because there's still going to be a demand aspect of it, right? But airlines is tricky, guys. Like airlines, their algorithm is just insane. It is brilliant. They can tell you like their forecasting skills on that algo is just amazing. I wish I can. I don't know how like to even like describe it. Let's see, there was an article on it. There was a research report.
DXF. KBSF. MTC.
I didn't read this, but
QEP.
this might explain it a little bit better. Come on, a little bit lower, and I can take some profits. It's $5 a share, so I took some profits on ES just to secure stops. Now it's a free trade.
SPI.
we also mentioned on TUP that it was a good time to get out when it was at like
AVCT.
$7 and stuff. I took out about 70% of my position, and now look at it again. It's at like $5. So around this price, I was considering adding to it, but let's check the option flow. It has okay volume, not enough for me. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna hold on to the rest. I still can't believe ODP. I had it at 127 to 129, and it never hit that price even when the market tanked.
MOXC Baku.
Lavast, that BA rip is with airline. Heavily sympathetic with them. Yeah,
IMT.
BA airlines are making a recovery. Same with cruise line. They had 3 days of falling out, and they finally just reclaimed VWAP for the first time. The SPY's
FWP.
coming down to support level.
Beautiful. Taking another quarter off.
VOR.
We are killing it, guys. This is amazing.
Dude, your ZI play.
IDP.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I know. I wanted that in my portfolio as soon as I saw it, and I was like, yes, I'm so glad I got the. I mean, you can't go wrong with a stock like that. With their growth rate, I don't think it's going to be a good growth rate. Like their first quarter earnings is probably going to be shit. So I'm not holding into earnings. I'm just going to hold it onto the run up into earnings. I'm just waiting to see if this ever like pulls back like hard. But I mean, Jay-Z, like when we trade IPOs, like hands down, we get the best IPO. Fundamentals. I spent an entire night reading through filings and looking at it on a fundamental scale. And yeah, and I knew it was the perfect fit for my portfolio. So that was an easy trade. I bought that other one yesterday too. What's it called? VRM.
Chris.
But I didn't get the best entry, which sucks. Oh, great. Now it's back up to my entry. Oh, no, never mind.
Was ZI supported by Brenda?
No, because there's no public data on it. So can't use it. I'll go for it. That's why it took me the entire night.
Oh, so that's all you then. Jeez.
Yeah, of course. Brenda is me. It's just me in a digital form.
HUSN.
I am the brains of Brenda.
Nice bounce off of yes.
Oh God, JDA, that's jokes. No, Brenda identifies as me. Let's switch it around. No, it's literally all of my settings and my parameters and my risk tolerance. Everything that I worked for is
JRJC.
just pretty much Brenda, and she is a
WAUI.
beauty.
So Slaw, I'm currently in CCL, but
JB.
not heavily position size at all. They had some bad news that just came out. They're getting their them and Norwegian cruise lines. They're getting their what do you call that, sailing dates pushed back to November. But these are the prices where you kind of want to, find value in them. So I don't think it's a bad idea to scale into them, but I wouldn't go in.
Guys,
OSN,
ES is pushing up
ICCC.
really hard here on good volume. Like it took out all the asks on the way back up. So I think it's pretty strong. So if you are in the short, hopefully you took profits. And now I'm just going to wait to see if we break up. It's looking bullish on that, the last 3 minutes. If it continues to look bullish, then I'm going to just scale out instead of just waiting to get stopped out. But I'm hoping we can get a push back down. And then maybe,
INUV.
a nice long entry. We could just reverse it too, but I hate buying it on breakouts.
CGA.
Man, that's a strong push. Should we add on to the short? I'm down to 10%.
Duo.
This is definitely where you want to try and short, I think.
Chart's
Echo.
telling me short, but tape's telling me long.
Okay, trust the tape.
Yep, tape's always right. Okay. Man, I should have taken more size, but it's okay. What's my
AVCT.
entry? Damn, they feel me so bad. 31.97. That's a scalp position. Took some off. I don't like this position. Horrible fill, so I'm gonna scalp out of it. Holy shit, I traded 4,000 contracts today. That's amazing. And it's only 11.
OAS.
I was right. Wow.
Okay, it's almost 12.
DXF.
Yeah, airlines are doing great right now. BA is gonna keep pushing.
Oh, this is not bad. I averaged about 250 a share on those contracts. That's not bad at all.
I thought I was in the chat the whole time. I somehow got booted off. But Disney's making a nice push here. 122.97 printing.
Damn it, VRM is just tanking.
It's okay, my biotech stock shit the bed too, but I should have taken profits early in the date. But it's a small position. I think I'm okay. Today's profits give me some nice cushion room.
Oh, nice job on Disney. I just looked at the chart. That's beautiful.
Thank you, sir. I just played my levels to keep my emotions out of it, and yeah. I usually see Disney or something like that tank, and I'm like, oh my god, let me stay away. But now I think the meditation helps a
Chris.
lot. I meditated right before the open, and trying to keep that more consistent in the mornings helps a lot.
Yeah, meditating helps. Like even for me when I'm sleeping, um, I just meditate and it works.
Yeah, honestly, that helped a lot with my emotional control because I used to get so much FOMO. Like I almost exited AMD early today just because I wanted to hop into Amazon, and I just kept it together. Normally, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
MTC.
So yeah.
CXDC.
Hey TJ, what's up with VRM? You have a position?
Yeah, I bought it yesterday at 43. So,
What kind of IPO is
yeah.
this?
Well, it's just like the entry was bad. I still think it's okay, but I'm slowly adding on to it.
I'm gonna guess software.
XRF. Tourer. INUV.
Yeah, because so the reason for a VRM trade for me, why I was so pissed that I didn't get the IPO pricing. It sucks, but the reason that I like it is just because
XOG.
I believe what Kramer said was right, that now that if coronavirus is done, right, obviously we don't have a cure yet, and I don't think we are going to have a cure for it. So what's next? People still have to work, but less people are going to be using public transit. So I think the US auto sales will go up, especially after major decline. So for me, I was like, okay, this kind of fits the bill into that you know strategy. So I was like,
DNJR.
I'll build a position on this too. Which is also why I bought Tesla calls. I mean, Tesla's a no-brainer. It's a beautiful stock.
Baku.
Thank you, Mike.
CPE.
RTX. I knew you were gonna say RTX. I don't know. I don't like defense industry either. I mean, right now they're having a lot of competition. They can't pull the same shit that they used to pull. Trump is being really strict on how much money they can give out. Before it was like simple, like it's like, hey, we need $70 billion in funding. Why is that? It's national security. Okay, fine. Here you go. Bill gets signed. Trump was a little bit more, you know, smarter. He's like, excuse me, where's the books? Where's the money going? Why do you need this much? I could have done it myself for cheaper.
DPW.
And he renegotiated those deals. So because of that specific reason, they're not as good as it used to be.
FPI.
On Lockheed Martin in my portfolio.
See, I just knife, but I don't want to buy it still. It's still at 16%.
Why would you buy it here? Don't buy it. These are like scale out levels.
Oh yeah, I already sold around here.
Like it's already priced in for the next like 2 years.
I sold my last positions today. Thank you for that trade, by the way.
Yeah, it already did hit 100.
JRJC.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, you can't get too greedy from here.
Yeah. And the best thing about knowing
LKCO.
fundamentals too is you can take size on it. Like I have no problem taking size and holding on to these trends, right? Making 100% on a penny stock, that's difficult. That's difficult. It's so hard for me to do it. Like I'd have to be lucky or such a small, relative size. Um, or else most of the time it's just going to be a loss.
Good morning, Johnny. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Sometimes you gotta take a
PHCF.
decent position to make it worth it, the trade, or to make the trade worth it. I speak English good.
Oh shit. My TQQ. Oh, I love selling these puts on
MTC.
it. It's amazing.
SGOC. Duo. HUSN. OAS. Chris.
I'm so happy ZM is moving up. Yesterday I was like, damn it, bag holding another one. I hate it when you're like, especially long term, because it's like,
QD.
the market is always right. And as soon as it goes against you, it's like, am I wrong? Did I mess up on this? By the way, ZI, long over 58. If you're looking for a bounce play, since we had a huge retracement here, I can probably see it going up to like that 62 hand.
IDP. GPAQ. Baku.
Z, what are you trading right now? Look at
JP.
Tesla, guys. Oh man, this is beautiful. I wish I loaded more of those calls, but it's okay. CHK, don't like it. I had CHK in my portfolio. It did absolutely nothing for an entire year. I was down, and then I was break even. I made like $4, and then went back down, and then I just cut it. Just, I don't know. It wasn't a good addition to my portfolio.
XOG. WKEY.
That being said, KBIX, I'm not shitting on your plays or anything. It just, those are industries that I don't trade. I'm not God. You know, there's a lot of tickers that will move up and down. I just stick to the ones that I'm like really familiar with and that I trust. CHK, I tried, and I know it was just stupid. It just channeled the entire time, and I actually had to add on to it too. I remember that. So for that reason, I was like, "Fuck it, not gonna attempt to do it." I hate consumer discretionaries in general. Like, I'll probably own it when I'm like 60.
HITC. CXDC.
That being said, I did buy Geo yesterday. Yesterday we were doing like a, after hours, just looking for stocks on Monday, and I like Geo at the 32 handle, so I bought that one. But I don't know too much about the company. It was just a more technical setup. Plus, it had positive earnings. Net profits was okay. Positive cash flow. Valuation was amazing. So that's all I remember. Don't ask me what they do. I don't know. I just bought it because of the daily chart breakdown. Looked pretty good for a dip buy.
Chris. CGA.
This was the play back then. So as soon as I saw it at 32s, I was like, all right, I'll take it.
Duo. PTE. Baku. DXF. TTOL. VOR. SXTC. KXIN. SDRL. OAS.
Hey Mara, thank you for posting that. You guys can see, like, even a quick overnight, quick, it's like fundamental search for good stocks on a
Pros.
technical setup. Those really help. And those are some tickers that we looked at on Monday. And take a look at the results of all of them. I'm pretty sure like all of them is up. They're all up 10% at least. Jokes. That's amazing. Yeah, I only went with Dropbox and Go. I wanted now, but I was like, the fucking price on that is just too much for me. I don't like it's not like a value deal. So I was like, screw it. Dropbox, I wanted that in my
CGA.
portfolio. I had it before, just didn't work out, got stopped out. So I was like, I'll take it again. I don't even know. Like, Dropbox has brand recognition, but
CXDC.
it's not really a product that you need to have. Also, their float is just ridiculous.
Baku. LKCO. ATAX.
Thank you. Guys, look at Tesla. What a beauty. Man, at this point,
MOXC.
I should be taking some profit out on those calls. I wish I took so much more size, but oh well.
Land.
Spy's looking weak over here. I want to.
TJ, do you see the nice push on
GMO.
Disney?
DXF. Chris.
Well, we're at 123.28.
Mara.
I have a level close to 123.75.
Damn, that's solid. Yeah, I'm holding Disney from I think 116.
Oh, that's beautiful. I was holding Disney, but I took profits off. I'm glad I actually took them off the other day because after I hit 127, the next day we dumped and we got a downgrade.
Yeah, I still got a position at 104s in my long term because I was like, okay,
SXTC.
long term, Disney's good. I mean, you
MTSL.
can't really like look. The weather's nice outside, and it's so much harder to stay indoors now than it was like in winter, right? So I was just thinking, even if Corona stays for a long time, Disney's a company that has multiple revenue streams, and I'm sure that people will still want to go to their Disney parks, especially if they saved up so much money now that consumer savings is up like 30%.
Plus ESPN, right, and the NBA.
That too. Aren't they? Didn't they cancel their season or whatever? I don't watch sports, so not too sure about.
I don't I don't watch sports either. I'm not a fan, but I was reading a little bit. I don't know if they canceled it. I'll have to double check.
CHNR.
What do you think about short on Amazon?
Looking for a long around this price, like 2634 was the watch list level. Sorry, 35. 2635. So it has to maintain this level for it to continue. That being said, Spy is coming down here. So if Spy is looking weak, it can just drag it down. But I'd say still long biased over that level and then just short biased under.
Yeah, because the volume's starting to pick up, right?
HUSN.
I was thinking it
Yeah.
might fill the gap and then come back up. I mean, for sure, long term, yeah, bullish, but I was thinking short term it would be a good short because I had a level set close to 2,644.93, close to there. So after it broke there, I was thinking it might be a good short. I didn't get in because I'm still in Disney and a couple others. So yeah, but I figured it might be a nice setup. Just wanted your take on it.
I'd say it's a long around this price. I'm just looking at the tape to see if there's any good volume coming in. It's all right. Again, like it also depends on the market. I'd say like take the long. This was a huge retracement down. I already have it in every single one of my portfolios, so I can't trade it.
EB.
I kept it there on purpose so I don't trade it.
Smart guy, smart guy.
But I
So just
can sell puts. Let's see if I can sell some puts.
yeah. If I get out of Disney, then yeah, I'll play it. I would be more comfortable honestly though holding the long side, like a 3 week expiry, just to be for peace of mind.
QFIN.
Not a lot of
Back home.
volume on the put side. This sucks. It's usually the opposite, guys. Usually, like, there's so much more volume on the puts, but you know, with the put to call ratio this messed up, it makes sense.
FEAC Plus.
See, don't bet on Musk versus Bezos. Just buy them both. So I mentioned this actually a while back that I think these big tech companies will have to be broken up. They don't break antitrust laws, but they do have to be broken up at one point because this isn't fair competition. Amazon has an army. That's not fair. Their subscribers are
DXF.
just ridiculous. I look
QD.
around the world how many Amazon subscribers they have. It's ridiculous. They have more than I think all the armies. Like if you add up all the Amazon subscribers in the world, actually just in America, it's more than every single military personnel in the world.
JRJC.
No, capitalism is never fair. But, you know, people will argue against them, right? If there's no fair market for them to, you know, make money, they're obviously going to pay lobbyists to change that rule.
GNSS. Chris.
No, see, the thing with Amazon, because it's one company, they can allocate that their capital however he sees fit. So when there's an industry that's getting destroyed and he enters it and he destroys all competition, he'll do it at a cost. You saw the same thing happen, you know, when he took over that diaper company, right? He tried to buy diapers.com or
AVCT.
something, right? And he wasn't able to get it because they said no. So what they did is he literally took losses selling diapers at a discount where he was not making any money just to take out the competition. And by doing so, he bought diapers.com afterwards, right? So, you know, predatory pricing is something that he can do because he has the flexibility. He has a shit ton of money, which is why even on space, my biggest fear isn't space itself. I think it has good leadership. I think it's in the right direction. My biggest fear is just Blue Origin and SpaceX.
CLDX.
Those are the two biggest fears for me. And there's one more, I forgot what it's called.
NH.
Right. So their competition is far greater than, you know, space. These guys have billions of dollars, like billions of dollars at their disposal. They won't let their companies fail, right? So when you break a company up, they don't have as much leeway. Each company has to
JG.
perform to a different standard. Each one has their own shareholders. Maybe there's one shareholder that's in one broken up company than the sum of its pieces. So in that case, they have to perform to what that one broken up company needs to do to make money, and not worry about the other broken up pieces, right? Hopefully that made sense. Try to yeah, okay, good. Amazon also does that too, guys. Like if you have a successful product on Amazon, they have all your data. They will just take it,
MTC
like go
MOXC.
directly to your supplier and then sell it themselves. And they do that too. So, when you look at what Amazon is doing, they are on the really, it's like a gray line of antitrust laws, because you can still trust them. If you call them, if you say a package is lost, someone took it off my porch, they'll still fucking reimburse you for it. But when it comes to competition, that's where I think there's a line that they're like crossing at this point. And I mean, shit, if it does happen, I'll just buy all of those pieces. It's still a buy.
I'm surprised eBay isn't worth more. I feel like a good amount of people use eBay still.
I mean, eBay, I barely use it.
SQNS.
Exactly like what Jeff mentioned.
HIHO.
I mean, if you're looking for used 1080 Ti's, yeah, sure. I've never bought a car online auctions. Like there are online auctions, and I just couldn't do it. Like for me, I have to see the vehicle for me to even like it. And then what if I buy the car and everything is perfect, but there's this one dent that guy didn't mention, and it's gonna eat me up at night. If I buy something and I actually know it, it's a different story. I've agreed to it. I've seen it in person. I know what I paid for.
GPAQ.
So, it's better. I can sleep well at night knowing it was my stupidity.
XOG. Chris.
I mean, if you have a family of 5 people that have 5 different vehicles, all
ATAX.
you guys have to do is get your dealer license in whatever state that you're living in. It'll cost you it cost me about $510. That was about wow, that's 10 years ago more. No, that's
Ritu.
yeah, it's around 10 to 12 years ago. So for me, it was 500 and something dollars. So adjusted for inflation, might be $700. That way, what you can do is you can actually go to
VLNK.
these dealer auctions and just buy it at dealer pricing. And if you're buying it for the entire family and you guys plan it out, you can write off so much taxes on top of just, even keeping it within the company. You can keep it within the company and pay company insurance. You can write down the depreciation. There's so much things that you can do if you do it that structure it that way. So if you guys are looking into doing that kind of stuff, always a good buy. If you're buying any vehicle over $60,000, do it. It makes sense. And what is it going to cost you? A couple, you're just going to learn about the regulations and, dealer license. That's, you can't go wrong with it.
SXTC.
Oh, and dealer insurance is so cheap. You can just take the plate and put it on whatever vehicle. So if you have multiple cars and you don't drive it at the same time, dealer plates. I paid $400 for mine, and I can drive any car using those plates, which was a huge win. Everything I have is going through my business, and then I take income from it, among other things like Divvy. But most of my assets are going within the business because it just makes more sense. As for vehicles,
Baku.
it's better to lease vehicles than to buy it. It just doesn't make sense. If you're buying expensive cars, lease it.
Wait, so you're leasing your Lambo?
No, I bought that one and then I leased it.
Gotcha.
Wins.
I always have a leasing company, so I just got a really good deal on it, and then I just made it a lease. And you make more money off of it. Well, not make more money. You save more money on the taxes.
AIHS.
Oh, look at my Amazon call. Who took that entry? Look at that beauty.
Wow, TJ. Wow. Thank God no one had no short ideas.
I know. I'm so glad you didn't take that short.
Yeah, for me, it was just like, you know what? I don't want to be greedy because I'm already in Disney and Disney's doing well. So I told myself not to do more than three positions because it's too much for me to like handle. I missed out on profits like that yesterday on profit taking just because I was so focused on AMD, which is okay. It paid off, but I could have taken profits on other swings. So yeah, just sticking to my own rules and not trying to break them.
Good, you have to. Mike Belts, you bring up a good point. In Ontario, you also
CXDC.
have to have a physical location. So for that, I mean, when I first started my dealership, I'm not even going to lie to you, it was just a small office in what could be considered a walk-in closet with with a desk and a chair
XRF.
and a paper with printed letters on my like business name, and it was just stuck on there. And I rented it out for $300 a month. It came with 2 parking spots, and I just took a picture of it. And
AVCT.
it was already zoned for um,
HUSN.
what's it called? It was zoned for car dealerships. So I used that when I first got my dealer license because when I first started, I only had 30,000, and first thing I did was buy Honda Civics, which was stupid because 10 people came to look at it. One person bought it. It was just a waste of time. I was in college at the time too, so it was just a stupid amount of time that I wasted. But then as soon as I sold those ones off, I started buying like Beamers, Audis. Audis I hate. They're fucking problems. But Beamers, they just sold, and I love Beamers, and it was easy to sell something that you believe in. So with Beamers, that's where I made a lot of money. Beamers and Lexus, because the guys that buy it, they know the value of it. When you're buying a car that's like 2-3 thousand bucks, you're gonna haggle. But when you're buying a exotic sports car that they know the price is 30K, 40K, 60K, it's much easier because I'm selling it at a discount anyways. I flew all the way to Pennsylvania just to go to the Manheim auctions, and I'll buy the cars, drive it all the way across the border. And at that time, we didn't have HST, which means like you had to pay only 8% for taxes. So on top of that, the Canadian dollar, US dollar was amazing. So for me, I was just like making money by just buying it there and just, driving it back. Oh, nice, Mike. Man, even then though, like those dealer auctions, they have like a cartel. Those big dealers, when they buy something, the other big dealers will not bid on it. So you had to get friendly with them. Luckily for me, um, as soon as that kind of failed, as soon as HST came up, my profit margins went down. So I'm like, okay, I got to think of another way.
XOG.
I was working at BMO at the time. One of my clients owns 4 BMW dealerships, so she actually introduced me to like all the big dealers. So when I went to the Toronto auctions, they wouldn't bet against me either. So
Chris.
that was a really like a solid upper hand. And to this day, that was like the best thing that could have happened. Yeah, it's a good edge to have, right? You got to have an edge in whatever you do. Plus, I managed her entire family's money, and I was a good money manager.
I have a quick question. I know you're a little bit biased on the M series, but do you know which ones are more reliable? The RS Audis, the M BMWs, or what do you call that? The AM.
BMW.
I knew you were gonna say that.
No, it is like AMG. Like, you know how much it costs for you to just go to the dealer every time a warning light comes on? It's like a 4K job every single time. With Beamers, it's not. There's so many BMW mechanics versus Mercedes mechanics. Audi, they have that stupid VAGCOM, which is their scanning software. The problem with VAGCOM is it's not so friendly with unless you pay like $20,000 a year for their actual software. If you're trying to do it at home, I couldn't get VAGCOM to work for me. I tried everything. I rewired everything. I got the laptop they recommended, and when it comes to Audis too, they have a lot of sensors and stuff. So there's only one guy that I trust when I have the
AIHS.
Audi, and he's a tuner. So he tunes Audis, Porsches, Lamborghinis. So that dude is fucking solid. He's like 70 years old, and he is just amazing at his job. And the best thing about him too is if you don't like the tune, you can come back and be like, I don't like it, and he'll be like, what do you not like? And if you tell him, oh, it stutters, he'll rework it until it's perfect, until you like it. And if it still doesn't work, he'll just give you your money back. I love customer service like that.
Yeah, that's how my tune is right now with my Infiniti, and it's a EcuTech tune, and then it's done on dyno. But yeah, it's good to know that BMW. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there are a lot more BMW mechanics out there.
Back BLNK.
Yeah, just like if you're looking at it as a cost base, and also like BMW engines aren't like shitty engines. Those engines are bulletproof. I hammer my M5 on a daily basis. It sees 5,000 RPM every single day, no matter what, and it never fails. My supercharged M3, that's a different story because I supercharged it. So
SFUM.
I went through like 3 engines until I got it perfect. But it wasn't the engine's fault. It was just so one time I broke down like 300 kilometers away from home, and in the middle of the street, I had to take out the thermostat, and I couldn't get to the thermostat without taking the supercharger out. And the supercharger is held on by Allen keys, which I didn't have on me. Who the hell carries Allen keys on them on the road? So my toolbox didn't have it. So I had to use a screwdriver to take it out. But as soon as I took it out, I realized I can't put it back in, and that screwed it up. And I had to take the radiator out. So when all said and done, it was my fault. I wasn't able to even bleed the system properly. And then I blew that second engine. The third engine, I just did it properly. All forged internal, titanium. Everything was done properly. Sleeved it. It was just a work of art. After that, man, there was nothing that went wrong. And it's the most reliable. And believe me, like I turbocharged a Integra before, and that was just insane.
An Acura Integra.
Yeah. So I was sponsored by Password JDM. So they're like a big company over here that imports JDM parts, mostly carbon fiber shit. So I got free parts from them. That's how I learned mechanics. It was just because they sponsored me on parts, and I still had to learn mechanics. So at 16, like I was working at McDonald's. How the fuck am I going to afford to race cars? So the only way that I could do it was just to learn mechanics. And that worked out perfectly. Because now I can do like most jobs on any car.
Yeah, that's sick. You learn how to drift too.
The Integra, hell no. That was a front wheel drive car. Even when I put the LSD on it, it was just torquey as hell. Well, you like with the turbo, you have to have sticky tires. And the problem with sticky tires is it wears out after one track day. And it's not like a race where you drive for like 3 hours and you stop. Like if you're going for a track day, you're gonna be there until you're fucking dead. And you're like shivering and your muscles are aching. So at that point, I was like, it doesn't make sense, and went to the Beamer and the M3. That changed everything.
Yeah, that's a
Beautiful.
Euro drift car.
Yeah, that was
Not
amazing.
Integra. That's the one you welded your differentials shut, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah,
So I like Porsches. Porsches are amazing daily drivers and track cars. I was actually driving with the Porsche club over here, so I love it. I mean, the best car I ever driven, which wasn't even mine. I was a track instructor at the time. Was the Porsche GT3 RS 4.0. So it was a rear wheel drive Porsche, and it was just beautiful. It took we took it on Mosport, so it's off cambered roads, right? So there's a lot
FCEL.
of like crests that you can't see, and when you take it on that road, it was just the most beautiful experience ever. No, I lied. That was on Mont Tremblant. My bad. It was on Mont Tremblant that I took that car. If I can get the LaFerrari for the price that they sold it initially, sure. I'm not paying 3 million for it. For a million, 1.2, fuck yeah. For 3.2, hell no. RS 4.0. That's the one I was driving.
JRJC.
That one was amazing, and I got to beat on that car. I almost beat the tracked record on it, but for that vehicle, but ran out of time. I had to give it to the owner. Yeah, you can't buy the
DXF.
LaFerrari until you've owned several other. Believe me, I even thought about that. I was like, what if I buy 458s and just 4 different colors? Taste the rainbow.
You don't like the Ferrari though, and for good reasons. Yeah, the interior is.
SDRL.
I don't like the 488. I like the 458. I think it's the best daily driving car. And that title used to be with the Porsches. So to go from a Porsche to like a Ferrari to be like a daily driving um, car, that was a tough decision. But I was like, I held the 458 as the best daily driving car, especially because roads aren't like bad anymore, right? There's no stupid like we have in Toronto, like we have potholes, but not that bad. Um, Speed bumps are the biggest concern, but the 458 comes with the hydraulics, so it's also extra, but it comes with it. I don't know any Ferrari that would buy it and not have those. My issue with them is like I do like the 720. Now my buddy has one. It is amazing in every aspect. As an analyst, like everything about the car is just screaming buy. Only thing is there's only two places in Toronto that can properly take care of it, and then to get parts on that thing, half the time it's just going to be sitting there, and it's going to be during the summer months when you want to drive it. So for me, it's like, it's not even the feasible factor. Is it like practical? For me, I was like, no, not as much. 458, there's like a dime a dozen. You can buy a 458 now for like
ACTG.
70K. I used one, of course, not new. I actually seen Dead Mouse's like his Ferrari 458. He was outside Rebel. Well, it was actually called Government at the time. But it was pretty cool. I had the booth right next to him, and yeah, we partied. It was amazing. I can't tell you the details. Oh, this was back in government days, so that was like 6, 7, 8 years ago, probably.
Did you meet him?
Yeah,
That's dope.
he's like a resident there, so like at random times he'll just come into the club and just spin for no reason, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, he's not cool. He's just he's out.
I met what do you call it, Porter Robinson, right before you went in.
I seen him too. I like him.
He's cool. One of my buddies actually promoted for him, so we actually got to meet him. He ended up doing some. I was going to UCSB at the time. He did some. What do you call it? Just some private parties. We almost just like destroyed the balconies on the house parties. Got jam packed.
Yeah, honestly, my clubbing days were amazing. That's why I said like yesterday. I was like, I don't regret the money I spent doing it because you're 20. You got to do it.
I'm still in my 20s, and now I just look at those days like, damn. I just looks. It just seems so exhausting.
AIHS. Baku. Wins.
Omar, that's so jokes.
FCEL.
At least you were responsible. Can't say that I've done the same. I was always the DDD
MCF.
of the group. Stop it, Jay-Z. This is usually when I take a holiday, and you just ruined it for me.
Come to Cali, bro. I miss those days too, though. Those days are gone.
BTDC.
Oh man, I just realized I missed that nice ES short. I like Docu. I have it in my portfolio, but I wouldn't buy it here.
Hey, TJ, I have to laugh at you because I've done so many of the same things as you. I used to buy Beamers from a Manheim auction in Riverside, California.
Oh
and
wait, that's amazing.
bring them back across the border. Probably did about 14, 15 cars. We'd have to pay this Russian guy $500 a
Retail.
car. We could look at the auctions online.
Oh, and
then
you went through him. Yeah,
yeah,
that's a going rate still.
yeah, and then you'd get wicked deals, and then the taxes were great. They didn't have that import tax on for a while, and the dollar was awesome. So I just have to laugh that you were doing it too. Exact same thing I was.
Yep, we gotta hustle. It's opportunistic times, and at that time, I mean, it was a really good business model. Now, not so much.
SDRL.
Oh yeah, and then you get to drive stuff around, for a while, until you unloaded it.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
AIHS.
I tried importing from Japan. So I got the Skyline R33. Sorry, R32. And it was just the coolest thing. It had a muffler that I've never seen before. It has a flap that covers the muffler, but as soon as the exhaust comes, like you step on the gas, the muffler just like the flap opens. And like I was like, okay, this is gonna be such an easy sell. It was sitting there in my lot for like a whole month before someone actually wanted to buy it, just because it was right-hand drive.
Duo.
I was like, this makes no sense. Every car like
XOG.
enthusiast would have bought it, but at that time, I guess there wasn't that many that were willing to pay the price.
Yeah, they're afraid of the right-hand drive, and just the legality behind it is why I never bought it. Now they're quite prevalent. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like parts. Like remember, in Canada, we didn't have like free shipping like Amazon, so
FCEL.
getting parts from Japan or anywhere, like even Europe, it's just way too costly. Like you're paying like $100
LEJU.
just to get it shipped here, on top of whatever the part is.
Yeah, it's just funny some of the things that traders do. Like you said, hustle, part of our DNA.
Exactly. That's why we know how lucky it is when we make money this easy, sitting on our ass.
OAS.
So one of my friends actually, he runs a successful dealership. So he only sells exotic cars, and we were in private school together. And this guy didn't have a lot of money, so kudos for him because he built his own empire himself. Now he's like importing. He's in Vietnam, so he's importing. What's the cars like i8s, Ferraris, Lambos. And it's like, wow, he got pretty big, and he buys them all from Singapore too.
B. Chris.
Something to do with the tariffs. I'm not too sure what it is, but there's so many ways to make money in car business too. Like I know guys that part out. Well, they buy the car and then they
Haku.
take it apart. So they literally just pretty much cut it in half, and they keep the important stuff. The stuff that you're gonna see, they're gonna keep it in one condition, like the headliner and stuff like that. And then they'll just say that it's parts, and then ship it to a country, pay no taxes on it, because there's certain countries where car parts are free. You don't get taxed on it. But if you import cars, you get taxed on it. So he'll import it to some country in Africa, and then they'll put it back together, weld it back, and then sell it as a car.
LKCO.
Huge profit margins. Huge. Like I'm talking like 30-40% easy. Wait, come to think of it, he was also willing to like buy stolen cars, so I think maybe those profit margins are even better. Tony, what other businesses have you done? I'm curious now.
I used to do a lot of boats too, like tournament boats, water ski boats.
Nice.
Probably did about those were probably the way better than cars because they're not very prevalent in Canada. But in the southern states, you could pick them up a dime a dozen. There's so many of them, but the dealers had it quite a bit on lockdown here. So if you brought up a tournament boat that was sort of hard to even buy up here in good use condition and low hours, it was it was gone pretty fast. So that was another one.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Just like cars, but
AVCT.
a few others, but don't want to get into them.
All right.
HUSN.
One involved trading on the pink sheets, yeah, but I don't want to talk about that one. And a few OTCs, but I think you've heard a little bit about that in a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I'm trying to find some more properties in Windsor, London, Ontario area. Because what I'm hoping for is that there won't be like a lot of students going to college next year. So I'm hoping that those businesses that are literally running on credit, that require students to rent their properties, they're probably going to sell it. And hopefully I can pick it up for pennies on the dollar. Running DCF models have taught me a lot in life. You just got to be patient. People just want money now. They put a higher value to the money now than later. And as long as you can be more patient, there's a shit ton of opportunities.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have a little patience. I'll admit it, but that I waited longer on some of my property investments that I could have been a lot richer.
Chris.
That's for sure.
Yeah, same here. But I think
LLIT.
it's easier in hindsight. When I was looking at it too, I was like, "Oh, this is too high. This is too high." And then every year it keeps going up like 7 to 11%. And then I'm like still screaming, it's too high. I mean, Canada property prices are just stupid. I just don't like. I
DPW.
use, just like trading, you want to run a relative valuation. So if you're looking at the Amazon of India, what are you going to use as a relative valuation? You're going to use Amazon. You're going to price it at the same price. So if you're going to be looking at houses in Canada, I'm going to be looking at the market that's the closest, that's most like similar. So, when you look at American house prices and Canadian, and I'm just like, this is outrageous that we're paying for older properties and like less square foot and, paying higher taxes. Omar, hop on those.
GPAQ.
Like, hop on those right away. Believe me, in 10 years, you'll thank me. In 5 years, you'll thank me.
XOG.
Yeah, I find the rent value, the rental returns that you can get like outside of Toronto, like in Windsor or Waterloo,
XRF.
or that, like surprisingly cheap. Like
SDRL.
I guess it's all relative to the price of the rental, but
Yeah, I
it's
noticed
like
that.
half. It's like half,
Exactly.
like
It's like less than half, to be honest.
compared to like what I see in Vancouver. Like Vancouver, I I have a rental there, and I pay for one in Ontario as well. One of my daughters, and it's half it's bigger, and it's half the price of what
Haku.
the one in Vancouver is for. So it's like, it's nuts. So I don't know if you can get like a really good return on investment like outside of GTA. You know what I mean? Like, can you?
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
actually ran a model on that. So it was just looking at the whole concept of how the city is going to grow, right? Because we only have two big hubs. We have Vancouver and we have like the Toronto hub. But if you notice, like, it's getting bigger and bigger and it's expanding. So businesses are starting to move away from it due to like higher costs.
Baku.
Some municipalities will actually give some large businesses an incentive to move their business there, which drives, their employees, right? So the more employees that move out of the city, and it just makes it more easier. Plus, Toronto isn't as good as it used to be. I mean, it just takes too long to get from point A to point B. Like if you went from the west side of Toronto to the east side, it's the same amount of time of you going from downtown Toronto to like Pickering, Ajax area. It's going to take you the same amount of time. So for that reason, people are a little bit more okay with taking, I guess, like traveling like an hour and a half to work. I think the average time in Toronto is now like an hour. So, when I'm looking for rental properties outside, I was like, okay, I want something that's near a college. At least I can rent it out to students. And as long as I can make enough money that it covers the entire property in those 8 months, then I'm okay. 9 months, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. It's like, yeah, it's not a fast return. But those areas are slowly picking up too. Like Niagara, I was looking at some properties which were, 2 years ago it was like 150, and now it's like 400,000.
You should be buying some stuff in BC, man.
I know.
Everybody's moving out here, or will eventually, slowly and surely. So, pretty robust market if you can catch it in a down period,
That's what I'm
which
hoping
might
for.
happen in the next couple of years. Yeah.
I'm looking for some in Abbotsford, but haven't like hopped on any deals. I really like Penticton for some reason. It just looks beautiful. Like I'd have a vacation home there. So those are the two areas that I was thinking.
Abbotsford, I don't know. I know the area, but it's a bit agricultural, and you get a bit of the smell of a lot of the farms uh, spreading manure, like on
Gotcha.
their berries
Okay.
and stuff like that. I would have, unless you can get sort of a part of Abbotsford that's away from that, you kind of got to go in the city. The Okanagan, though, like Penticton, Kelowna, Vernon, that is the place to be.
Fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd
and
love
and
to
the
live
island
there.
too. Vancouver Island has some incredible
But
places
the
too.
islands are so expensive. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and you got the stupid ferry to cross to go back and forth, or you got to fly, kind of thing. But the Okanagan is sort of a hub. You know, you got all the wineries, you got all the lakes. It's quite, you got there's probably like 100 golf courses, and within 2 hours or an hour and a half of each other, kind of thing. It's a pretty good hub. So definitely an area to
CPSH.
look to invest in for sure. And it's got good rental returns too on properties, so it's pretty decent. Yeah.
OPES.
Okay, I'll take a look. Didn't have time to shop yet because I'm expecting it should go down more later on.
Yeah, I would be waiting. I think there's going to be some prime opportunities there. 2 years, probably.
Mortgage rates dropped too, so that's pretty cool. I think a 5-year fix dropped to 2.1.
Jeff's asking why 2 years. I think like real estate doesn't move like really fast. Like sure, you had some of the collapses that happened in the States, but in Canada we got I don't know if you're Canadian or not, but we've got a lot of hoops to jump through in order to get mortgages, and we got stress tests that you got to do. You got to be able to withstand multiple percentage changes in the mortgage rate with your income and that. So they've done a really good job of securing the people that do qualify for mortgages. So I don't think you're going to see a collapse in Canada. It's always going to be a bit slower of a process. So, this fallout from this COVID has to sort of propagate through, and then I think that people have to start getting desperate. It might take 3 or 4 months to sell their home. You get that greater supply. In about 2 years, you might get a little bit more of a bottom than you get right now.
DXF.
That's just my opinion. So,
Lazy.
I hope so.
Like I wouldn't rush right now and buy anything. I
Baku.
don't think there's a lot of sales on stuff yet. People are still hanging on by a thread that are, needing to liquidate their homes. I think they can hang on a little bit longer still. Use their credit lines or what have you.
Yeah, and with the government pumping out money too, like those Fed, $2,000 a month, that's pretty much covers your mortgage. I mean, that and I don't know, maybe one person in your family still working, then you're kind of still okay. But look at those 5-year rates. It's so nice.
Haku.
2.09. Mine's was 2.49. I was also actually looking at the this analysis
INUV
where
XOG.
it's like, okay, so let's say I'm waiting for a better price, but then the rate goes up. Is it worth it? In the grand scheme of things, if I'm looking to like buy and hold properties versus if I'm looking to buy, hold, make some value, and then sell, and realize that the rate doesn't really factor in
WKHS.
as much unless you're buying and holding. If you're buying and holding, any time is a good time to buy. But if you're buying to, make some profits and turn a profit, it's totally different. It's way better to not worry about the rate and worry about the amount you're initially paying.
Yeah, the one my first property I bought with my brother, and if you got a family member, you can go like say you can't afford a rental
LLIT.
property yourself, you don't have enough money
Fami.
and you're trying to trade with it or whatever, but if you can go halfers on a rental property, it's not
TDC.
too bad of a partnership. And cut your costs in half, cut your risk in half, all the above, right? So for those newbies that want to get into a rental property, I think a family member is one of the best ways to do it. Sometimes you can even convince your parents to go half with it, half into something like yourself. So
Yeah, 100% agree. Like, those partnerships are good too, guys. And I encourage it. Like, if you don't have the money, A, save up more. B, stop trading penny stocks. C, work another job until you do have it. And if you can get someone to help you, take it. Like, especially a family member that you trust, can't go wrong. Friends, things can change. But family members, they'll, if they have your back, then you should be good. And Tony makes a good point. It's 50% of the cost. Yeah, it's also 50% of your return, but you got to start somewhere, right? You got to deal with the hand that you're dealt. So, you can't make gold out of thin air.
here's another good one. My brother and I bought like a duplex. I lived on one side. I lived on his side. He lived on my side. So we could write off everything.
Oh,
Like
that's so jokes.
we separated.
SCRL.
We bought it separate. This was not our first one. First one we did together. This one we did separately, but we could write it off, right? Because it wasn't our principal residence.
Yeah, so you guys were both renting each other's.
Yeah. So
Oh, that's so smart. I never thought about that.
that was our second one. Mm.
Yes, I got my ES short. But honestly, Tony, that's genius. Wow, that is amazing. Why didn't I think of that?
Chris.
I'm so careful with my taxes. I have some of my stuff like under my sister's names, mom's name, dad's name. They don't even live in the country.
Okay, need to make some money here. You just
Yes, look
ES.
at test. Yes, I got that short in time.
You don't think it's they're gonna pick it up? I've kind of been doing that. They've done that 3 times in a row where they dropped it and then picked it back up, dropped it and picked it back up. It's almost like a little bit of an accumulation, but it did break trend here a little bit. I'm just looking at the trend for the last 2 hours.
I was looking at the double top. So for me, it was like, okay, double top area, low risk. Can't believe I got that though. That was amazing. It just like tanked. I love those trades. That being said, those big tanks, like Tony says, it's probably gonna reverse back. So you want to take profits out.
Well, this one just broke trend though, so it might be not like the other ones, but I'll just post a chart here to let you know what I'm talking about. You see those like dips down to the trend line, so like that's just like a little bit of accumulation, but maybe now they're finally letting go up top here because it kind of broke that trend line. So you might be okay hanging on to the short here. It might not reclaim. But I would use the length of that candle that was just made as the top of that candle as your stop on the short.
For me, it's hitting intraday view up right now. So this is like view up support, which works really good, guys. By the way, like those anchored view ups are amazing. I mean, here, let me just post it.
Paku.
Just take a look at how it followed, like those anchored view up spots. Look how it acted as resistance going down, and then look how it acted as support going up. And it also just bounced on that level when it tanked. So it works pretty well. And then you can see the top blue line. That one's like since morning. So you can see that acted as resistance. Actually, that blue line is from overnight session. So you want to keep an eye on the CAD USD rates. And what you want to do is you use Norbert's Gambit. And with Norbert's Gambit, I mean, you're going to lose like 1% to 1.5 versus the bank's 3% to 3.5. So it's a better trade off doing it that way. But you just have to time it properly. You know, you guys know at like 146, when the rate was at 146, I just took a lot of US and converted into Canadian. Now, by that money just sitting in Canadian, I can just convert it right back now, which I'm
NURL.
thinking of doing. And then, you know, trading with it. Because on the Canadian exchange, there's not much to trade. I mean, I can add on to Shopify and stuff like that, but not much else. Now, let's say you're holding a position. This is also another thing. You can do Norbert's Gambit with pretty much any dual listed stock, right? So there's different, like you can even do it with NAC. I'm not saying that you should, but you can do it with even NAC. And it's up to you, right? So if you're still holding on to something like Shopify, for me, it's easy to trade Shopify because what's the worst that can happen? If I need Canadian dollars and I want to get rid of Shop, I'll just, you know, convert it into the Canadian one.
What conference is live right now? Is Powell or what's going on right now? Diogo.
I think it's Fed meetings, right? It's
Fed
at
meetings.
2.
Okay. Careful. Everybody should be careful here. Have their stops in because it could get wild if they're speaking about the economy and what have you.
Yeah, the Fed meeting's at 2. Wait, is it
SDRL.
right now?
No,
Oh,
right now is Beyond, and then later is Feds.
Oh, okay. They're still trying to pick up this this candle here. I did go short 3198, but I got to stop tight 319925. Just in case this is just similar to those last 3 dumps. Hoping it's not because it's broken trend, but it's feeling like it is. That's why I got a tighter stop.
Good, because I don't see a lot of selling pressure here on the tape. We just need
Mara.
one huge tank. Then I'm. But good call on taking some profits out. Should have taken all of it off.
Yeah, I just stopped out. I don't like how it reclaimed that candle, so that was like a little bit of accumulation there. Had that candle held, it would have been a different story. So, well, just got a paper cut there.
You guys see how these Bollinger Bands, so I just posted a picture. You saw how it squeezed and then they ripped it in one direction and then just tanked it
Vacuum.
down. That's why I love those band squeezes. But also why you can't just like trade based on that solely. Sometimes they just
DPW.
whiplash it one direction and then tank it back down. But you'll notice this happens quite often on ES. Ooh, good call, Tony. NQ made not a new high, but recent high. Boom. There we go.
Those tricky bastards, man.
Now I took the short again.
Did you already?
Fuck no. Yeah. Maybe I pulled the trigger a little bit too fast.
Well, it is sort of at a. You could use that other, like a double top there, 3202.50, as sort of like another resistance level. It's just because I saw them, that's accumulation. Like they rug pulled it, they bought that, right? They brought it back over. I'm thinking that, okay, they just loaded up a bit more at that level, so they're going to have to release it a little bit higher. So maybe they're going to release it at 3202. Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
they're
where my
going to unload
stop's
it
at.
higher. Maybe they're going to unload it higher because it's not enough of a distance. But I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 of these little dumps, and it's recovered every one. So that's what I'm thinking right now. So I'm not short at the moment. I'm out.
For me, I was watching the tape when it tanked. That was huge selling pressure that got out of it. But again, there was no bid support. So I was expecting, okay, whoever sold it that much, they're probably going to want to sell more around this price.
I think it was more of a rug pull breaking that trend line that I saw. Like they knew people were making that trend line, and they just took them out. Breaking
True.
the support line, and they just pulled the bids out. And you saw a little bit of a vacuum and a lot of bit of volume. So, but not much you can do,
TTOO.
right? Getting a little overbought here.
DXF.
Yeah, Meta posted the FOMC rate decision 1400. Powell press conference 1430 Eastern. So if you're trading around that time, you better be careful. Get your stops in and automated. It's going to be tough to hit them manually. And just
Okay.
watch for volatility at that time.
NURL.
So that's about close to an hour, 50 minutes from now.
Paku.
I just wanted to go down a little bit more so I can lock in my profit and then set a hard stop. Come on, go down.
FAMI.
Thank you.
HUSN. BBI.
All right, now I'm going to go for a quick walk before Fed meetings come out. I'll be back. It's a nice day outside.
Take it easy, teacher.
Thanks,
JZ,
DJ. Take care.
you made bank on your which cruise line did you buy? Was it CCL?
I bought CCL and NCHL, and then I also bought AL and DL. So yeah, I kind of took the last couple of days a little bit easy. Also, we're relocating, so perfect timing.
KAAC.
Yeah, you caught that. Like you must have got like 50% from where you bought those, 50-60% return.
CCL actually averaged heavily when it went to. So my first thesis was when it hits like around $20, I'll start scaling in. It's exactly what happened. And then once I thought it was gonna hit 15, so I was like, all right, I'll scale in more. If it drops under 10, I'm just gonna load up. So I actually got my average around $10 when it hit 8. So I doubled up on that. Airlines, I doubled up too. Bought around 11 and then hit 19, close to double.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, thank you. How have you been doing?
I don't do as long as swings like that. I wish I did, but I've been doing more intraday, more,
DPW.
2-3 day swings, just playing some momentum. So been doing well though. I
Yeah,
can't hold that long in this kind of,
INUV.
well, in this market and with the volatility and that. So I usually avoid longer term swings unless it's I'm playing some real specific biotech value plays kind of thing that are kind of my niche. So
yeah, I agree. Volatility is very high. Right now, I'm kind of conflicted on what to do just because it already ran up once. I can see this going back down more.
SDRL.
But at the same time, I can see this thing going back up again too. So I just kind of scaled out. Or I scaled out my main position. I'm trying to scale back in right now. Very conflicted. But yeah, you don't need a swing
Baku.
trade. I see you killing ES every day.
CCH.
You trading anything right now, Tony?
I'm not in anything right now. I was trying to find something. So I'm watching a few. Just it's that kind of midday slowness here, so just being careful.
Yeah, same. Not in any trades, and I can't find much right now. I might just take a little break until the Feds too.
Yeah, it might be a good idea. I don't like being ahead of that either. I was one of the swings I did was I was short AAL at 2017, and the next day it just just cratered, but I covered pretty
FFHL.
early, like in the 18s or whatever, and today it goes down to 16. So that's a problem I have when I don't hold on to my swings very long, like one night, maybe 2 nights max on some of these plays, just playing the momentum. But I left
Wins.
like $2.50 a share on the table today, unfortunately, by covering that.
That one's kind of harder to play out, in my opinion, because what cruise lines are actually forbidden to go out to sea until like November, right?
Paku.
And domestic flights are already going right now. So I could have anticipated a bounce. I think I started scaling back in around 18. And it averaged down again today.
But on what? On AAL? No.
Yeah, on I dumped it around 21, and then I just started buying some position back in around 18, very little, and
Oh,
then
okay.
bought a little more around 16.
Why didn't you short it? Why didn't you change your position when you were dumping?
Because I'm still waiting on that international news. That'll be a huge catalyst in my. Because right now they just secured what, like 50 to 70% of domestic flights. If they can secure international flights, I know so many people that are just waiting to leave or like to go back home or something like that, or like essential business travel. That'll drive up demand, in my opinion. So I want to keep at least a decent size of position.
The other thing you got to watch out for is this stupid 14-day quarantine. Like they may lift international travel,
MDJH.
people aren't going to take holidays because all the countries will still have the 14-day quarantine rule in effect, and so they're not going to travel. They'll, like, residents will travel, like people that have a place in down south, and they go there for 3 months or 4 months. But people that are going on like 1 or 2 week holidays, that's not starting up anytime soon because of this quarantine restriction that every country's got. You got to go down there. You got to wait 14 days and be in isolation. So people aren't going to travel. I don't think it's coming back that fast.
INUV.
Yeah, no, you're very right on that. My boss actually, he's still waiting to go back to Wuhan, and he says he has to get quarantined for 14 days. But he's the CEO of our company, so he can work at home. And I'd imagine a couple of people could probably work at home, quarantine at home for 14. The traveling thing, yeah, that I understand. Yeah, I don't think people will vacation if they're gonna get quarantined for 14 days.
I also posted. I think you got another leg down on airlines, further, personally, especially the ones that are heavily leveraged, have poor balance sheets. I think American Airlines is one of them. They've got a lot much higher debt servicing than some of the others. You'll see, American Airlines has, at $20,
SDRL.
I think it recovered 75% of its share value from February 20th, before all these travel restrictions happened. 75%. How soon do you think they're going to be back doing 75% of their business?
Oh,
that they
9/11
were
put yeah, 9/11 put down the airlines for the 4 days that they were down. They were put down. Their business slowed down for 4 months or half a
Oh
year.
no, it was like 2 years.
Yeah,
It was
more
like 18,
actually.
18 months. Yeah, like they've taken on so much debt, so they're servicing more debt. They're not going to get back to a 75% capacity of all their planes, right? They've taken such a hit in the revenue for this past quarter and this current quarter. I can't see any airline trading at 75% of its value in the next 6 months. Personally, maybe 5-6 months, maybe at that point, yeah. But I'm thinking the next 3 months, you're still gonna. I think they're still
CLDX.
gonna trade at a fairly deep discount. That's just what I'm thinking. But again, we're traders, right? Play the levels. Don't have a bias, but stick with your levels. Make your levels tell you you're right or wrong. Use your levels to tell you whether you're right or wrong in your thesis.
No, I really like
MURL.
that. Thank you for your input because I'm definitely looking in one direction. Right now, I'm just kind of caught a little bit towards the bearish side. Definitely leaning a little bit more bearish after what you said. It's good. It's always good. I mean, TJ even said earlier, right? It's always good to have what do you call that? Your own bias from both perspectives.
Yeah, like you might be right that maybe it's going to recover quicker. Maybe countries are going to lift this 14-day quarantine, or maybe more countries are going to start having these travel bubbles between each other. Okay, in Australia, you're good. You've got barely any cases. We're going to allow travel back. Canada, you're good. We'll allow travel back and forth. You need all these partnerships of these countries to start to develop, before you start seeing the international travel develop. The within country travel, yeah, that's going to resume a little quicker than the international. But just think of what portion of American Airlines is international, and in what portion is business, and that alone is going to be a 25% cut. Just take that's a 25% cut to their overall revenues, even if their domestic goes up right back to the same levels that it was before. So now we're already at 75% recovery on the share price before all this COVID hit at $20. I'm not saying $17.40, which is trading right now, but at $20, we're at 75%. So $17.40 maybe is 66% or something like that. I don't know. But So maybe here's a little bit better value, but like at $20, I think like that's almost like a cap on it for the next 6 months because of that fact, right?
I like that thesis a lot. And I was actually looking for a PT too for the short term. $20 sounds like a good cap.
Yeah, like I think that's sort of like a. I think you could get one more, maybe a little more bounce here, but like I think there's more turmoil to come 3 to 6 months out. But I'm hoping I'm wrong. So
I personally don't mind. If it goes down, I'll just buy more.
yeah, I mean, as long as the company is going to be around. If you got more of like an 18-month or a 3-year time frame, I think you'll be fine. But I always have sort of a shorter term on my radar, so I'm not looking to hold stuff as long as you would be. So your thesis might be fine still, depending on your time horizon.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for a couple of years either, but I'm kind of just playing with profits right now. So I'm just scaling back in just at lower prices, hoping just for. Well, I kind of just caught this bounce a little bit, but I'm hoping for a little bit more. But your thesis, I love it, dude. Thank you for that. I'm gonna cap
Laura.
it at 20 because that makes so much sense. If they're already, assuming they're already operating
Chris.
100% domestic, which they aren't, they're operating at like 70% max. There's still that 25% drawdown of that capacity too.
Fully agree too. Like, one thing you want to also look at is, I think it was Hertz or something, right? From the 2008 tank, the melt that they had, it
Paco.
took them till like 2017 to recover. And then 3 years later, now they're, down pieces of shit companies again, right? So just think of it in that aspect too. Like, it's going to take these airlines so much time to recover. And that's the biggest problem because they weren't prepared for this. They were just buying back shares when they should have been, saving up for the inevitable time that we go into a crisis. And their costs are growing. You can't just
PLAG.
keep a plane just on the tarmac for a week without servicing it. Like, the plane still has to be serviced. If you notice, like, it's like cars too. It's like the more you drive it, the more you'll realize that it's reliable. But if you drive a car once a month, you'll notice there's going to be stupid problems that arise. And it's the same thing with vehicles. Like, when things are made to be in motion, they operate better when they're constantly running. That's why taxis, are probably more reliable. They are more reliable than if you bought your own, like, Crown Victoria. So yeah, their cost is just going up. I think it's just a matter of time before people start seeing it. And even the companies themselves, AAL came out saying, hey, it's going to take us like 60 months to recover or something like that. Let me find it.
NURO.
Yeah, best to play it safe than sorry. There's better value picks out there.
So DAL, back in April 22nd, CEO said it could take 2 to 3 years for airline businesses to recover. This is the CEO of a company that he's supposed to be representing. Comes to the question of, like, do I think I'm smarter than the CEO? No. So I think the CEO was right when he mentioned this. And even now, that's one guy. So then Boeing said that the airline industry will take about another like 12 to 16 months.
NXTD.
So when you see all these other like companies, the guys that know their shit, their business inside out, when they're coming out saying, hey, yeah, this is going to take some time to recover, you got to
CLDX.
trust them more than anyone else. So I kind of just went along with there. And also, like, they kind of, okay, the thing with data is you can screw up
SDRL.
data because now, what they reported on AAL, the day that I took the short, the reason I took it was, here's the report. It's like, here's the report. 1 second. This is the news on AAL, guys. They saw a 71% increase on April. Yeah, when compared to May. That's it. That's all they compared it to. Small data set. That doesn't tell you anything.
Didn't Boeing say that one of the airlines will fail?
CXDC.
Yeah. And I have good suspicion it's going to be like AAL or yeah, I think it's AAL. AAL is my biggest concern. Actually, UAL too, because I hate both of them. But I think those two are the biggest concerns. I think LUV is actually a really good one to buy compared to the rest. I'm not including SAV or the other smaller ones.
I agree with you.
BSAVCT.
I think they had some debt concerns. These guys they have so much debt. AAL is just in the shitter. Who knows what's going to happen in the next? But I'm sure there'll
IMUV.
be a bailout coming up soon from the government, like any other businesses, big businesses.
Yep, capitalism at its finest.
You got it.
We want free markets. We don't want government oversight. Last year, this year, government better step in. We serve the public. Yeah, right. Same companies. Isn't that the funniest part too? The same companies, the same industries that were complaining last year. It's so funny.
BBI. AKCA. OPES.
Now, Tony, looking into it, it might not be a bad time to do the whole used car business anymore. Did at like you price a car at just under the $2,000 mark, just enough so people can spend their entire check on a car, plus pay for registration. You're golden.
NURO.
Exporter, there's a lot of option resources. I mean, some of them is really good, like Icon. Thomson Reuters platform is amazing for it. But there's cheaper ones that you can use because Icon's like $3,000 a month. There's cheaper ones like what is it, Market Chameleon, I think. There's another one. Okay, wait, let me find it.
CLDX.
There's Trade Alerts, which is really good. That's usually
Haku.
where like most of the bigger guys get their data. It's like
Wins.
what's his name again? It's Wall Street Jesus. So he's using that platform, so I would assume it's good. It's an old school platform. I tried it a bit. It just for me, it's like following option alerts are like useless. You kind of want to be doing your own option trades so that you get the best pricing, and you don't really want to be following other option traders because yeah, maybe somebody bought 50,000 contracts. He's also the guy that's going to be selling it on any downtrend, and you're going to be the guy that won't be able to get a fill.
CBLI.
Also, it's a little bit screwed up, guys, because a lot of retail traders don't know this, but there's specialized firms that specialize in selling options. So if you have, let's say, $1 million, you want to put $1 million into Tesla, and you want to buy, I don't know, like far out, and there's no option volume, you contact one of them. They'll create a contract for you. And that's why you see those prices are going above ask. Yeah, it's obviously going above ask because they're not going to sell you the contract for a cheaper price. Hell no. They know that you can't get into that trade in the first place. So they're going to charge a premium on it, which is why you see those orders where it's like 30, 40,000 like contracts. And,
DPW.
it's like, how was that even possible? And it's because of these specialized clearing firms that their sole job is to write or even buy. And, you can negotiate the pricing on. Most broker dealers have access to it.
Taka ROYT. TCOJ. WKEY. IPWR.
Hey, what are the companies that we were trading again that is developing coronavirus vaccine? D. There's that other one that starts with the M.
mRNA.
mRNA.
NVAX was one of them also. I know.
Forget SRNE. Those guys are gonna go to 1 million.
I don't know. I follow a Brazilian gal trade or whatever. TJ, remember her?
Yeah.
She's been pumping SRNE like
Baku.
the last week or two, like crazy. And then I guess Kramer interviewed him, the CEO or something like that, and it popped over 5, and now it's still sinking.
Yep. As we expected.
Yep. Like I said, she's right less than half the time.
No, she's always right. Your time frame is just too short.
CLDX.
It's something that you guys should read. I trust Johnson and Johnson. So they're expecting human trials in July up to September, and we already knew there was this many patents out for it. Man, this is good data. Booster shots every 2 to 3 years. That's amazing. Well, booster shot 2 or 3 years
LLIT.
later. That's like really good revenue for them. And look at the goal to supply 1 billion doses in 2021, guys. Guys, that's like 6 months from now. People are still going to have coronavirus until that point. So, and it
Paku.
says, 2021. So we don't know if it's in the beginning or end, but I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be more towards the end. The real question is, can the Fed keep pumping money? I'm still kind of confused why, where the money went. Like, we did the math. Like, they could have funded every American. Okay, I think it was every American for 6 months. Why do they have to do
CCH
another
plus.
package?
NURO.
I wish the people,
SDRL.
public would look at the government and scrutinize them as much as like we do on stock. Too many employees, fire them. Too many cost, short it. All right, so Tesla's hitting a bounce point over here. So still long over 1,000.
INUV.
So insane that we're looking at Tesla at 1,000 in less than a year. That was crazy. I think you can bounce over here. So 1,005 to 1,000 would be like your risk.
DXF.
So, if you don't catch it over here, just wait till the 1,000. So let's see. View up is at 102, 1,002. So let's try a view up catch.
CCH. Baku. CLDX.
Kudos to Elon. That's amazing.
BIOL. AVCT.
Good call on ZI. I took a long on.
Lazy.
Market's looking good. We got like a really strong hold there.
FAMI. XRF.
See if I can get like a 131.98 entry for a long. If you guys take a look at the option flow scan on our scanners on YouTube, you'll notice that people are starting to hedge. I mean, take a look at the option flow. It's pretty much all red. So, yeah, that's not a good sign.
Baku. BSQR. OPES. OPES. Paku. SDRL.
Guys, take a look at the up volume versus down volume on S&P.
AVCT.
Holy, that looks scary. Here's the ticker for it. If you're using TOS. Want me to buy ZI.
Chris. Vor.
Who got that Tesla bounce with me? Yep, it's amazing. Damn, you went so far out of the money. Okay. I was like, wow. How are you going to even turn a profit? It's okay. I know it's strange to talk about Tesla at 1,000.
XRF. Paku. SDRL. BSQR. IDEX.
We have Fed minutes in 4 minutes.
CLDX. SHLO. NURO.
All right, ES is coming down. I mean, what are they going to really say in the Fed meeting?
NXTD.
Probably going to bounce here 31.96. But again, guys, if you're new traders, if you're not up on the day, don't trade. Extremely volatile. That was quick.
MGEN.
Yes. All right. That's good. I'm gonna take some off here. Oh my God. Toss decides it's gonna lag right now. Wow. That's. I got stopped out of the rest, but got out with enough. Oh man, I should have reversed that. Look at that dirty candlestick. This is also why I mentioned, you got to be careful. Brokers are gonna lag. Everything's lagging.
Okay.
I'm not even sure if I made money on it. Let me check.
PTE.
Fed holds rates near zero, says virus poses considerable risk. The median projection shows rate held near zero through 2022. Feds will buy treasuries, MBS at least at the current pace. That's the latest from the Fed meeting.
I mean, there's no good news, so I took a short. See if it works.
Paku.
And that took out so many stops. And now I'm gonna get stopped.
Are you guys still in that Tesla long?
Yeah, I am.
Nice. Spy's going.
OAS.
Yeah, I had to stop out. That's
SHLO.
horrible.
CCH Plus. CLDX.
I will attempt it again.
OGIG.
Not the best entry, but 32.12. So let's see if it can break down here. These are scalp positions, by the way. Just want like 32.07. That would be ideal.
ROYT.
So glad I scaled out of VIX. Look at VIX. It just tanked. I'm going to take some profits on Tesla.
CPE. MGEN. LKCO. NE. SQNS. TCOK. Check. XRF.
Come on. I hope I get filled.
SHLO. AIHS.
Okay, I took off all my ads. Now, let's see where it goes. At least the tester trade worked really good. That one's coming back down, so that was a good scale out.
GMO.
Yes, ZI. Thank you.
JFIN. NXTD.
Took some more off on ES.
Paku. Chris. Fami. ROYT. Wins. JFK. CHFS. SHLO. CLDX. Baku.
NQ is looking strong. I can see a breakout over here, so I'd say go along on the ES side. It is on lower volume, but that's only because we have like a massive volume the last few candlesticks.
ACHV. MIT.
Now I wrote TQQQ puts, so slowly getting out of those because yeah, there's a huge move. Might as well capitalize.
HUSN. PTE. RE2. PAKU. MOXC.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up, buddy? Take a look at ES.
Yeah, I haven't looked at anything except for Tesla.
Yeah, we got the bounce on Tesla too. It was amazing.
Oh, wow, it just made a nice move.
IVR.
These are pretty healthy bullish candles. Healthy bullish, normal
SHLO.
bullish, healthy bullish. Nice. Any news just come out, or?
FOMC meeting.
Thank you.
DPW. MFH.
So 3220 is still showing a healthy level. Long over that level, short under TJ. So since this is literally the level where they take control, bullish or bearish. So I think we should just look for pullback entries and keep focusing on the long.
Yeah, and I got a nice dip on ZI too, so that was beautiful.
ITRM.
I got scared on AMD, but it's AMD. It's back up.
Still
So
holding Disney here.
Fuck yeah, well done, man.
Thank you, brother. Just stay
AIRA.
patient.
okay, nice, Chris.
That's not Chris, that's the other
HUSN.
John. That's
Duo.
John Gotti.
Oh, I saw Chris's name highlighted. Let me restart this.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
They do kind of sound alike though, now that you brought it up.
That's jokes.
TJ, I think you have hearing problems.
What? Me? That wasn't me, that was John.
Oh, I restarted Discord, but I still see Chris's name highlighted.
Because I sound like two other people, and then he sounds like two other
No,
people.
you still sound like Nick, bro.
So was
You
it Chris
guys
or
are
was it
both
John Gotti?
just high on the same supply.
AVCT.
Well done, John.
Thank you.
Wait, are we at all-time highs again? Okay, let's take a look. No, okay, not yet. All-time highs, but you know, recent highs. On NQ, yeah. I mean, guys, like the biggest FANG stocks just drive the market,
DYAI.
which is why I was like, why did I even trade TQQ? Today, at least, you know, I went heavier onto selling puts on it just to hedge. And now, you know, what would have been like a 30-40% loss, now it's like 4%, so not too bad. In hindsight, I should have just got rid of the calls that I wrote, but yeah, now it's too late.
So it looks like IMRN tag. What'd you end up doing with that one, TJ? IMRN.
Oh, I had a position. I added to it this morning and then just got out of it. Didn't look at it. Wow, I should have just stayed short. But oh well, I did pretty good on that trade. Can't complain. Considering it has a 4 million float, pretty well.
SHLO. Lazy.
Tesla, I wrote the puts, so the longer it takes to just hover around this price, the better it is.
Val. Paku. Chris.
On Tesla, I did both. Sold the puts, bought the calls. Calls had more volume, so it was easier to get into it.
TTOO. Re2.
So yeah, are you on voice chat?
CYRN. XRF. DXF. IDEX. TTI.
Man, this isn't fair. This is not fair. Here, take a look at this. So Soya bought some new headsets. In Amazon America, it's $40. In
JG.
Amazon Canada, no, wrong picture. It's $185. Hey Tony, here's a good business idea.
PTE.
Oh, I don't want it. I already spent enough on Audio Technic headsets. I like bass, and I like over the head earphones or headphones.
HIHO.
I missed all that kerfuffle there over the Fed. Anything interesting?
Good thing you did.
Why?
Oh man, I got squeezed. I shorted it, lost. Shorted it, lost. Shorted it, added, and then I finally
ROYT.
made money.
Well, that's good. You made money.
Oh, it was just to make back the loss. That's it.
What did? But was anything? What caused sort of the move up here? Is it just things are better? Economy's better than expected.
No,
the
just
rates?
no change. That's it.
No change on the rate. Okay. And what about right now? Are you in ES? Are you short, long?
Right now, nothing. I'm just sitting on my hands. That's why I was trying to buy the earphones that Soya was buying, and he says it's amazing, and it's only $40 in America and 160 in Canada. Is it 160?
We're getting ripped off again, are we?
185, even worse.
Ouch.
Yeah.
40 gets. Yeah. My God.
SDRL.
Get Soya to buy them for you and send them as a gift.
Right? I don't even want it. I was just holy shit, that's not fair. This is why Amazon needs to be broken up.
You watching Spy Johnny? I heard you in the background there.
Yeah, I just looked at ES futures here, pulled back from 322. Pretty nice. How's your day been, Tony?
No, I'm green, so no
INUV.
complaints. Not hugely green. I'd like to be greener, but I'm working on that still.
Green's good. Yeah, unfortunately, I slept in because my alarm didn't go off. So sorry about that, guys. Just wrote off the day. Had other things to do too, but I'll be on for the rest. And yeah, sorry about that.
Is
Don't
anybody
buy
else
ZI
having
now.
issues with TD? I can't get into my app to execute the order right now.
You know, TOS is like lagging, so I'm assuming the same thing with the TD one.
I can't even see my trades. Like I had trouble just to log into the app. Not on TOS, on the TD Canadian side.
That's why I don't use it.
Yeah, I gotta switch over to IP today. I can't do this.
Guys, look at my Tesla alert. Come on, look at that beauty.
Damn.
TTOL.
I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but on an option trade, that's like 30%. Quick gain. ZI, I'm gonna scale some more out on it. This is in my long-term position, by the way. There's just like a scalp position.
Yeah, I ripped up pretty
Wins.
quick. I pretty much am all.
AMD, I still got like 20k shares left on the scalp position, so slowly scaling out of it. Don't want to
You
kill the
scalped it
trend.
today?
I had to.
You scalped it today?
TTI.
Yesterday was the day to scalp it, but today did I have good movement? I didn't.
It was just consolidating in a price range.
Oh, long side, right? Or are you on the short from
Yeah,
51?
I was.
Nice, hold on. And yesterday was crazy.
But when I told John Gotti to get out at
XREOCP.
59, I should have just shorted that shit because that thing went down $2 a share.
I'm pretty happy on that 56.50 almost reaching yesterday. Did you follow it at all after I had mentioned it to you to take a look? Maybe consider trading it or no? I know you had a bunch of positions you're looking at on your long terms too.
Yeah, like I have, from 43, I have my big position in
MOXC.
AMD. So, I was like, I'll just leave it be. I still haven't scaled out of that one. That one's like, fuck, it's fully loaded. I haven't taken one single scale out on that one. So I'm happy, proud of myself. By the way, guys, you can see how this really changed if you look at the vol spread. Here, 1 second.
MFH.
So just take a look at that and you'll kind of see where things changed on the market. It looks pretty cool.
Mara. MFH.
TJ, you said you're in the long on AMD.
Yep.
What's your average?
JFIN.
This
Rough.
position 5784.
Take a look at this. I think you can take this up, TJ. Looks like 58.50 is going to be 58.30 and then 58.50. You already know the 30-cent levels. If those two break, then I think you're golden to 59, and then there's not much over 59. But yeah, for these scalps, just it looks like that 58.30 is going to be key here.
SRGI.
I like the RSI adjustment here on this consolidation. What do you think? This is what it did yesterday before they launched it up to, what was it, from
DMPI.
52.50 to 56.50? $4, and today it's only gone up $2. So, and it's over VWAP here. It's over our second main pivot point. You got an 8 EMA still over 20. Smaller time frames. Bigger time frames, you just have buyers that were more than happy to take this back over VWAP. So I say just try and hold on as long. I'm sure you've already scalped this out and made a lot of money on it. So I'm only seeing, like, if this comes under that 57.70, 57.80,
NXTD
57.70, then I'm not
DPW.
liking it as much until 57.30. So I'd say just leave room up to 57.30 or 57, up to you. Or close it. You guys have been watching this a lot longer than me, though. I haven't really watched it today, but I'm pretty comfortable with these levels.
Yeah, it's
Riot.
been pretty dead.
Even
No.
QQQ here, TJ. Like, QQQ looks like it'll hold. I'm thinking it'll hold here. And they'll push it back over 247. Like, bring up a 10-minute chart on QQQ if you can. Like, how are the sellers gonna take over this? It looks like the bulls just let them come back here just to bring this back to like 70 RSI and bounce it back. I think we're gonna have a nice push for power hour. Like before going into power hour, they'll start making the push up. Are you still in the short on the market, or did you close that one?
Yeah, I tried TQQQ, but down like 5% on that. But my SPY ones are doing really good actually, because now theta's taking effect. So that one's I'm up like 130%. Johnny, I posted on the floor.
Where? Trading floor. Oh, there it is. Oh, nice. Few negatives, but it's okay. Nice hedge.
There's spreads, so well, I converted it into spreads after.
Oh, SPY melting here, TJ. Everyone, take a look at SPY. These are healthy bears. I just posted a bunch of news that posted on my feeds here. The ask is below the
Mara.
bid, guys. Be really careful here. TJ, consider your AMD position. You're at your end. I'd really consider this.
Man, I
That's
missed that.
accelerating
Yes.
down, TJ. Your short's looking amazing here,
AUY.
but the AMD long, consider the... When it gets volatile, I've seen it get pulled 50 cents. So unless you think they'll catch it, but I think they'll take RSI just a little lower.
No, this is perfect. This is what I needed. I can get out of those calls that I.
Yeah, I think what I saw when they took it up after the meeting minutes and that when they were up at 32.15 to 32.20, that was just an area where they were shorting. So they were just setting up their shorts that higher level, and then now they're just dumping it and they're going to wash it and cover into these washes. So I went short 32.16. I had a crappy fill, but still looking good. But that's I think we're going to go lower here. So if you can get a short on this pop back over 3,200, might be a good play. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at adding if it can come back here up to VWAP, or not VWAP. What do you guys got for VWAP? On IB, my VWAP moves all over the place. It's brutal.
For which one, like ES?
Yeah, McBelt just posted it. He's got
So
3203.
intraday I got 31.99, and then from from overnight session I got 32.02.
Okay, yeah, I got 3202 right now too. If I move my chart, it kind of messes up my VWAP here. So let's see if it goes higher here
Haku.
to do an add on my short or what.
Oh man, I needed that. I was like, I regretted not getting out of my because I wrote calls on TQQ, but so glad that drop happened. Now I just got to manage the puts that I wrote. Should be good. I needed. Thank you.
PT.
Yeah, I just find sometimes they really mess with you with these announcements. The announcement will come out, the data gets sort of interpreted, the meaning of everything, and then they go, okay, we got to net short this. Cut off there. Sorry. Okay, we got to get
We
net
see that a lot.
Yeah, we got to get net short, so it never
SPI.
initially reacts on how you want it to, right? It doesn't move until the big boys get set up, and it just looked like they were getting set up up top there, and we're all thinking everything's hunky dory, and then tanks us on here. Quite the recovery here so far. I haven't re-added.
Chris.
I might do that here now though.
If they can get this back over
MOXC.
321, I'm liking the bullish move more. Maybe even to the high of day or 322 resistance.
They're trying.
Yeah,
Trying hard.
I'm glad I'm not in any positions here. I wouldn't be feeling comfortable. Because honestly, I'm not sure which way this is going to go.
Remember when I told you guys it doesn't matter what price CHK was at when I was
MFH.
looking at the option? Take a look at CHK. What a beautiful chart. And that was like a penny stock and a half.
Mara.
Yeah, she's coming back. I had to cover there. Didn't want to leave 10 points on the table. Ended up with 9.
I went on the short side on ES, short under 32.10.
Yeah, they got me to cover there now, and I had to jump back on it. Damn.
Can't believe I missed that like head and shoulder there. Wow. That would have been so nice. I was sleeping. There we go. Thank you, ES. I love it when you get into the trade and it goes the same direction. Those are the best. Secured profits. I'm good now. Okay, wait, no, I have to put a hard stop.
Paku.
Where are you going to put your stop? 32.10?
IPWR.
I was thinking about giving it a bit more room, so like 32.12. But I need ES to come down a bit more so I can take a little bit more off, then I can do that.
Riot.
Now it's just gonna rip up, so maybe I should get out.
CYRN.
It's
I mean,
really
the selling
wacky
pressure's
right now.
still there.
Yeah, I see it too. Just managing to stay above VWAP, right? You got it above VWAP right now?
Exactly. Oh, Tony, how do I open another IB account?
Oh, there you go, TJ. Boom.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful.
Another IB account? What do you mean another account?
Like, I want to open
this-
another account.
like in your name,
Yeah.
same type of account? Like, so you want like
Yeah,
2
same
margin accounts?
just like a different one.
Oh, I don't know. I guess you have to contact
COCP.
them. They may let you put it under the same. It would have to be a different account number. Just whether they can put it under the same login or not, I don't know.
So you can like toggle through the accounts, like On Questrade, I can choose my Canadian TFSA, RSP, cash accounts,
Yeah, I think
Canadian.
you can do that at IB too. I only have a margin account on IB. There you go. She's tanking.
Yes, that was good. Beautiful.
Yeah, you can do that. I only have a margin account on IB. I don't have others, but I would imagine you can do the same thing. Makes sense to have all of your accounts with IB, and like you said, a single login, and then you can navigate to each of the accounts.
MFH.
But how do you open it? I haven't looked into that. I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head.
Man, I was talking to the customer support, and they have no idea what to do with like family offices. So I was like, "Can I transfer in my shares?" And it took them like 40 minutes to get me an answer.
Well, I think right now they are all short-staffed, and they've got this big
NET.
glut of this big bump in number of accounts being opened. They just got slammed. All these brokerages got slammed, and they had to hire people, and then they have such low knowledge because they haven't been there very long. So you're getting to deal with those kind of people, unfortunately.
That makes sense. I was just like, IB has one product technically, right? And I was like, how do you not know the one product that you're supposed to know? Like, that's your job. But that makes sense the way
Because
you
I've
put
only
it.
been here 2 weeks.
That makes sense. No, so you want to be the big fish in the smaller brokers, right? When you go with like prime brokers, I'm the small fish. So they don't take care of me as well.
FTFT. Mara.
Man, there was a lot of volume in the last 5 minutes.
But like the move that we're going to be making when we open the hedge fund is going to be with Ready. Ready, I mean. Goldman Sachs platform, which is amazing. Their order execution algorithm is crazy.
CYRN.
So this is just from their website. Oh, I love that short on ES. But as you can see, like you can categorize your stocks based on certain things, right? So one, it's obviously going to be sectors.
DXLG.
So in a fund, you're not going to have 10 different stocks, right? You're going to have a series of like 200 to 300 stocks. So when there's something serious happens, we can actually order like execute all the orders at once just by sector itself. Then there's more stuff that you can do. You can look at the beta. You can judge like when there's no volatility, when you can add on to those positions, or when there's a good opportunity to add on to the positions, and you don't know, like with larger positions, you can't just individually buy into it. So what we can do is with this EMS system, you can actually set it up so then it automatically buys a basket of stocks at a certain level if it meets certain
CLDX.
criteria. So it makes it a lot easier to manage portfolios. Not really useful for normal traders. Like if you have like less than like 40 stocks, it doesn't make sense.
Chris. Any.
This is one of the features that I really love, when it can find you liquidity. Should we cover the short go long on ES? The RSI made a higher low, so we could bounce here, but I'm a little bit late, so just gonna see if we can get another 3190 test.
MFH. AIHS.
I gotta go do some barbecuing, so I'm all out. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, buddy, enjoy. Oh man, I just saw the PNL channel. Well done, guys. Really impressive work.
DYAI.
Chris, well done. Good job, man. Is that all on just doing spreads, by the way, the 10K? Good job. Yeah, spreads are amazing. It's really helped me out, especially in high volatility. Now what I would do if I were you is just look into some, taking that money, buying some leaps. Well, okay, not right now, but like when you see a good opportunity on something you'd want to hold for a long time period, and try that out. And then, before you know it, by the time that the leaps are, close to expiry, you might even want to execute it at that point. Mar, spreads on tech stocks are the best.
INUV.
It's just the easiest.
AVCT.
I don't have much luck with stuff that doesn't move though. Like SMAR, I ran
Mara.
a spread, took a loss on it. But on stuff like Tesla, Roku, Amazon, ZM, pretty decent. Oh, and Shop too. That's a good one. I'm glad you guys are doing spreads. Kudos to you guys. Yeah, it's all about the odds too, right? Just make sure you don't run spreads on something that's illiquid. Okay, I mean, make sure there's enough contracts. You don't even want to be 1%. Okay, you can go more than one, but in the beginning, don't.
ROYT.
You're trying to build your account, so try to be less than 1%. What do you think about ZI guys? Should we buy it again over the 50? It's pretty weak.
ENDP.
Okay, there's my SPY entry. Damn it, those orders on the bid's
HIHL.
never gonna hit. Someone tank it just a little bit.
Wins.
Damn it, I didn't get a full fill. Let's see if I can get one if it drops here. And guys, tight stops on this. You don't want it to go under 31.84. And also keep an eye on NQ. NQ had some good volume on the buy side, but looking a little bit weaker here. Let's see if it can hold. We are on like VWAP on NQ.
FTFT. PTE. JFIN.
Chris, the fact that you're making money on put spreads, that's
BLNK.
amazing. Good job. This is raking it all in. That's amazing. I got scared on Tesla yesterday because, the day before it was up, and then yesterday I think it was down, and I was like, damn it, maybe these leaps weren't a good idea. But glad it worked out. There we go. Yes. I'm going to take some profits off soon just to lock in my stop.
IDEX MFH.
Come on, 31.94s. There we go.
XRF. SVVC. PAKU. MOXC.
Who got that ES long with me? Nice, good job. Now the question is, can we break view up and break over that 3200? I think we can. Just needs a little bit of time. If we get a double bottom. So we did good. Took some more off, so I'm down to a quarter position and just gonna wait. Can we break the 32s?
Mara.
See some sellers, but I do see a lot of buyers holding it up here, so we might actually maintain this. Now I regret covering. Well, not covering, selling.
JFIN.
All right, now that SPY's, back up to that
LLIT.
all-time highs
DXF.
level, the one important thing you guys also have to remember is,
Riot.
having an exit strategy. Money is made by doing good trades on your entry and exits and your stop losses. So having an exit strategy for whatever happens is so important. And you're not always going to get it right, but just don't give up, right? So some strategies, it takes a little bit of time. Sometimes you're going to have drawdowns, but you just have to understand that's just part of the game. If you just have, like, let's say 2 drawdowns and then you just quit, you might be missing out that one trade that's going to really help you out. Now, you'll notice that overnight, I took a loss. I got 3 stop outs. I stopped trading. Actually, technically 4. And I just stopped trading. Now, intraday, it's a little bit different. You saw me getting squeezed on SPY, like pretty much it was like 3 losses in a row. But I didn't give up. Usually I do. Now, if I see there's an opportunity, maybe my entry is just wrong. Maybe it's just the market is, again, the market is always
CLSN.
right. So maybe I just timed it wrong. And what I did is I took like a chill pill. As soon as I broke even on that trade, made back the money on the losses, I just stopped looking at ES, traded something else, and then just came back to it. Now, by doing that,
MFH.
you're able to kind of like reassess your biases, right? So on ES, I was biased. It has to go down. But then obviously I got squeezed on it. And for me, I found that, mastering your psychology is hard. So having these little tricks will help you. If you're in a position, with me, I have a lot of positions. So yeah, some of them are always going to be down. And some are down on one day, some are up on the other. It's all about just like managing the ones that you should be adding on to, the ones that are down, the ones that are up. You want to scale some out, reallocate that capital, and just keep growing your account. So exit strategy is so important. We don't know where the top is. If I knew where something would definitively go, like I wouldn't be trading with like 500 ES contract. I'd be trading with like thousands of it, right? We don't really know where it's going to go. And it's okay that you don't know. You don't have to know. As long as you just follow your strategy and find that really good entry and exits. Now, on ES, I did something stupid. I've been telling you guys for months to just follow trend. And the first thing I did was try to short it. So while I was reassessing my mistake, so I had 60 contracts going into the FOMC. 30 I got out at the top. Toss was laggy, so I wasn't even sure what I was getting filled at. And then it tanked on me. When it tanked, I got some off where, it was a $2 $2 contract loss, and then the other
IMUV.
ones was like 3 or 4.
HIHO.
Now, I went on the short side again when it was at that level that I initially took off my ES position for a win, which was like 7 points up. So when I took that entry, I wasn't thinking about the trend. I wasn't looking at ES. I was looking at, hey, I got out there. I should short here because it's going to come down again. And the mistake that I made was just thinking that I had the right exit on that other trade and tried to follow the same principles on that other trade onto this trade, which clearly did not work.
HUSN.
Now, the first trade, when I got stopped out, I hesitated. I noticed I hesitated. The tape was telling me it was going to go up, but I had that like 10 seconds of hesitation, and that 10 seconds cost me like $2.5 a share, 2.75 to be
MOXC.
exact. And that was stupid. I didn't have to hesitate. If I just like, as soon as I took that entry, if I was like, okay, if it goes up, stop out. If I just like told myself that in my head, I probably would have been fine. But instead I didn't. I was like, yeah, it's going to go down. It's going to go down. But yeah, that's pretty much like the big mistake I made today.
Re2.
And especially on tickers that we trade, so high like volatility, you have to have an exit plan. And it's okay if you mess up. I mess up every day. I mean, we do so many trades every day that you're bound to make mistakes more than, some other traders that only trade like 4 or 5 stocks a day. Percentage wise, it's not a big fuck up because we do multiple trades. If you were trading only like 4 or 5 different stocks, maybe like 10 trades in total, that's going to be a big percentage. Like if whatever mistakes you made, that's a big percentage of your overall trades that you took that day. So yeah, I'm not saying that's a wrong thing. There's Meta who is able to make money. And guys, she has such an
DYARA.
astronomical like trading journal. It's just ridiculous.
Baku.
It's amazing. I've never seen someone have that kind of profit factor.
DXF.
Let's see. Let me show you guys. I don't have this. I'll tell you that right now.
Paku.
Like, take a look at her profit factor. That is deadly. Man, if she can scale up this strategy, like, she's set for life. Yeah, and look at the average hold time. That's another thing too, right? Look at the average hold times on the winning trades versus losing. Actually, you know what? I'll provide a little bit more context to this one.
MFH.
So this one was the first 3 months. Again, solid trades. Now, one thing you notice is when you get that profit factor up, you'll notice, look at the size. It went down from average daily volume from 14,000 all the way down to
JFIN.
900, I believe.
IVRB.
Right, so huge decrease on that. Now, by doing that, the average hold time went up dramatically,
JRJC.
and also the average hold time on a losing trade went down. So she was able to identify the trades that's going to go against her. Not like she has many that went against her, to be honest, but you can see it there. And look at the average winning trade versus losing trade, right? Like, that's, I don't even know how she has an average losing trade of $1.50. That's amazing. That's those break-even trades for you. But these are like stellar results. And take a look at the dollar per share. You see how much of an increase that is? Like, look at that beauty. All of that combined gives you that beautiful profit factor. And for like Meta, now it's just part of like what she's comfortable with mentally on the size of the trade, how much she can
TGEN.
expose. Like, she already has a strategy. Like, there's nothing I can teach her on that. Now it's just all mental skills to kind of sizing up is hard. Sizing up is the hardest thing to do, and that's one that most traders can't do. So I think the next step is to size up, but I think Diane, if you're listening, I think like 5 to 10% size up is probably okay. I'd start with 5 and then reassess after another, let's say 50 trades. Let's see if you have the same results as this top results here.
MNRL.
And if something's not working as well, then we can
Infinite.
always like reassess it, be like, okay, if it isn't, so if your strategy is good, everything's working, you know what you're doing, you know how to stop out, you know which trades are going in your direction and not before it goes against you badly. So then the next question is going to be pretty much like, what's the issue? What is the issue that's causing the stats to go down? But yeah, so far
CLDX.
she doesn't have that issue.
Yeah, my issue right now and still and always is just the fear. So it's like I'm going to stay with the small size until I get to some semblance
SHLL.
of comfortable. So
Yeah, I think once you build your account, it's a lot
NXTD.
easier to get out of that fear. I know, like, in the beginning of the year, you thought it was luck, but your PNL is telling us this is not luck. That's pure skill. So good job.
thank-
HIHLUV.
And plus, like, once you, I think if you, like, let's say double your money this year or triple, after that point, I think the fear is just going to go away. You're going to be more comfortable. Like, even for me, even taking a $300 loss, still hurts the same. It doesn't matter how much I made on the winning trades. The losing trades, it still hurts. Like, no matter what I lose on it, I still don't want to take a loss of like $300. Like
DYAI.
today, I was cutting my SMAR trade, and I had a spread on it, and I was like 492. I was like trying to hold on to it to recover $495. Sorry, $495.22. It wasn't even worth it at that point, right? But we still try and save like the losing trades, and that's never gonna change. But I'd say like once you're
CLSN.
up, once you're like, because of your consistency, Meta, since you're up on a daily basis, I'd say once you hit a specific target, take a little bit of risk, but only if you're profiting. Only on those days. Losing days, don't even try it. Also, like days that you're
MOXC.
comfortable, like you want to be in the rhythm of the market. There's some days that you guys see me out trade in and out multiple times a day, and then there's some days that I just like let the trade
SDRL.
work for me. It really depends on if I'm in the flow of the market, if I think it's going to be slow, if the volatility is lower today versus yesterday. And I think even with Costco, I think what you did really well on is you understood the volatility, because it was pretty consistent during that. I think it was the month of March, right?
Yeah, it just
Riot.
it's COVID.
If you take a look at the March chart on Costco, you'll see exactly why. So she was in the flow of that stock. Have you found another Costco yet?
Not really. I'm playing around a little bit with Roku. Like I have a little long right going right now. I'm in at 113.23, so just like 50 shares. I'm up $13. So
All right,
I'm just
good job.
kind of looking at maybe a 114 target somewhere in there. So and I can see,
DPW.
looking over at SPY just because it kind of tracks.
JFIN.
You guys also notice how she's not like sizing up those trades. Like most people, if you had a week of stats like from January to April in that picture, the first thing you guys are going to do is try to size up, and she's doing the opposite, and that's really good, because you got to still stick to your principles. And I see a lot of people size up way too fast and way too early. You haven't given your account time to grow, haven't proven to yourself your strategy works. And without that, you can't have conviction. When you don't have conviction, you can't really hold on to trades.
MFH.
Yeah, well done, Meta. That's amazing.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just start out with my 50 shares. Any of these in the $100 range of stock, so you always start it with 50 shares. And then it's if it goes a bit against me, then I consider my full position 100 shares. So for this one right now, it's moving up just on my half size. So I'm just going to leave it. And I might just make $50 on it. So, but la-di-do.
INUV.
Someone asked me what my profit target is daily. Honestly, I haven't capped mine. I've been able to consistently make. So at one point when I started, it was like 1K a week, then 3K, then 5K. Moved up to like daily targets then, and then with daily targets, um, there's days that I had really good days, right? So there's those TVIX shorts that was like huge gains. But if you don't include those, then it's usually like went up to like about like 30 to about 70K. And now it's like 300K was the target, but it's a lot easier now, to be honest, because I have equities working for me. I have different strategies, but you don't need different strategies. I mean, I trade with a couple guys on our short team that are amazing traders. I mean, like you guys know the short bear. It was on what's it called? I forgot that trader. Chat with traders. Like even him, he's making 100, 200K, 300K, and he's doing like one or two strategies, right? So he'll trade options on Tesla and stuff, or just short penny stocks, and he's able to be consistent. Oh, there we go. Yes, there we go. That's the breakout we were waiting for. We got the best entry there. That's good. But he's up today. Because it's penny stocks, obviously there's going to be a little bit more losses than drawdowns, but he's still able to consistently make money, and there's nothing wrong with that either. Like, you can still trade one strategy and make money.
HJLI.
Yeah, I follow him on Twitter. The short bear, yeah. Pretty interesting. He mostly chased. Well, I know he does Tesla and that, but primarily he's shorting pump and dumps, isn't he?
Yeah, that's all. That's usually what we do. Tony, check your PM.
MFH. Ta.
All right, I took some off on ES there.
XRF.
Damn it, I should have just taken all of it out. Looking at it now.
DGLY. INUV. Paku. JFIN. HUSN. CYRN.
Okay, now I'm short on ES. I don't want to see it going over the 3210. If it does, then it's probably going to continue up. So, but I don't know. Maybe I should just keep the stop at 3212.
ISNS.
Jobs, that's a good question. It just becomes easier as it goes. I trust my system. So, once you do this day in, day out, every single day for years, I mean, when you really think about how much time I put into it and how many trades I've done, it just becomes a little bit easier to make those decisions. But it's not always easy. I try and just hide my P&L. So I don't look at my P&L as much as I can. I avoid it. And that way I'm not getting biased. And I try and forget how much leverage ES is. That kind of helps. Thing is, trade the chart and trade the level 2, trade your levels, but don't trade your P&L. Don't be like, oh, if it goes down here, I'm going to make another X amount. Don't look at how much you can lose to. Okay, you need to know where your stops is, but I don't look at how much I can possibly lose. I look at how many points am I losing on this trade versus how many points am I making on the trade. And that kind of keeps it easier. Now, my position sizing aren't always consistent. Like right now, I have 50 contracts versus before when I had 400 on the way up, right? So yeah, it's not going to be consistent, math, because the sizes are going to be changing depending on my comfort level. So I knew 3210 was the level. Okay, wait, I have to take some off. All right, so I knew 32 10
XRF.
was like where I didn't want to see it go up, because if it does, it's going to continue. So, by the way, I took off like 60% on that one because it might retrace here. We're at view up. Maybe I should just go long instead. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably going to go right back up. And there's some trades that you can expect more. There's some trades you can. Like this trade, I don't expect more. So, I'll just flip it. But on a trade that we got from the bottom, I expected more, since we really came down from 32.20s all the way down to 31.88. So on a trade like that, yeah, I expect more returns from me on any retracement. But on a small scalp like this, I don't expect much. So yeah, there's that. Oh, and just like, I think the biggest thing is, don't look at your P&L. Like, you can't perform well if you're constantly looking at your P&L and thinking, okay, how much can it be up? How much can I be down? That sort of thing. You're going to make mistakes, and you're looking at the wrong information. That's useless information. The P&L is
CLSD.
just the outcome. The outcome doesn't matter while you're working at it, right? It's all about the system that you have and you built. For me, I keep it simple. You guys see my charts. I have volume, RSI, Bollinger Bands, multiple VWAPs, and support and resistance levels.
AVCT.
And that's it. It makes it easier if you keep the indicators and everything similar. Now, there is one thing though. So you want to go for stocks that fit your indicators. Indicators are useless without a few things. One, volume. Two, if it's choppy, you can't, indicators are useless. It's not going to tell you anything. Something already happened by the time your indicator tells you. So you want to find the trades that have that volume, that consistent volume, where you can trust your indicators. And you also want to understand that there's some stocks that it won't follow. Like Tesla, you think my indicators matter on Tesla? No, it's more like price levels. On SPY, my indicators, okay, it gives me confidence on it, but it doesn't really matter. It's not the indicators that's deciding it. But on something like, let's say, AMD, it follows indicators a lot better, cleaner. So I have no problem following indicators on something like that. On TVIX, indicators work really well. VZO, RSI, William R. Those are all like really good, solid indicators that I like when I'm trading something like TVIX, right? So different instruments, different
CYRN.
time frames, different,
Wins.
trades have different, indicator settings. Like for
PT.
ES, I know what's overbought on ES. ES, you can actually see divergence much clearer than on stocks. So when I see those hidden divergence, that's why you see me trying to catch the knife out like every single time I see it, because according to my stats, it's working. I'm gonna take a loss once in a while, but it's okay, because the one trade that does work my way will make back that money plus more. Plus, with mean reversions, you're always trying to time the top and bottom. So the problem with that is we don't control where the top and bottom is. The market does.
HUSN.
Oh, and it's okay to be slow in the beginning. If you are slow, like I was, like everybody is, trade different tickers. Don't trade volatile stocks. Trade something with good volume that doesn't move that much, like low ATR, until you get it.
STRM.
Don't risk losing all your money now. It's pointless. Like most of my trades aren't designed for new traders. Like the ones I take, I think it's better for like professional traders that still know their risk management. They still know what their stops are, that can follow their own rules, that have their own conviction on a trade. That's fine. But if you're a new trader, we're probably going to have totally different results, because maybe I scaled out, but you wanted a little bit more because it wasn't feasible. Maybe for me, trading with large sizes, even like 2, 4, 5 points is a big deal. But what if you're trading MES and you have one contract? Is 4 points really that much? No, right? You want to tackle more. So again, it's all like depends on strategy, size, conviction, skill, strategy. Yeah, I said strategy twice.
because it's twice as important.
Paku.
Yeah, and stacking odds, that's important. When I was catching the knife on ES, I had no problem. Remember, like in the morning session, when I was just like going against the trend, and people were probably like, "What the fuck is he doing, this moron?" And believe me, I was thinking the same thing too. But I was like, "Hey, we have to hold that 3180s." I couldn't shift my biasness, so I did fuck up by not trusting my instinct. Like, so at 950 when we went long, okay, and it hit the VWAP, I should have just got out and reversed it. Instead, I didn't. And then what I ended up doing is at 30, at what time is it? Like 10:14
JFIN
a.m.
Saku.
I added onto it and then instantly got tanked on. Added on some more, broke even, and I should have shorted it there. But then my short was a late entry, went down, and I was like, yes, I got it. And then it went up again. So didn't make money on that trade. But luckily around like, I think it was like 10:40.
Chris.
That's when I got that nice short and that covered everything. And then some. You only need that like one really good trade a day. And you're good. You're set. Now, like with our skill sets, holy shit, we're hitting like multiple in a day. But when you're starting off, even for me, I wasn't able to hit like multiple home runs. Guys, look at Tesla. You're welcome.
AVCT. XBIH.
I am done with that trade. I kind of wished I held on to some more, but what did I get stopped at? Okay, that was good.
XRF.
Chris, I did. This is my scalp position. Yeah, that's the one problem too.
HUSN.
Like with this kind of size, you can kind of move stocks, so not always fun. Like I remember, like we were trading overnight with KBIGS, and I had I think 200 or 400 contracts, and obviously I had a hard stop on it. And the moment that I got stopped out, it just changed the trend, and it just kept ripping after that. So my
HJLI.
stop out just literally caused it to go up like way more points than it should have. But that's not always a bad thing either. You can always like reverse the trade. I just find it hard to reverse. Not like I'm still successful at it, just like not a high winning rate. Let's see if See if we can get ES here. ES is coming down pretty hard. I don't even know why I have this ES position now. What was I doing? Oh, damn. Good job, man. 7K? That's beautiful. Well done.
FRGI. MOXC. INUV.
I think we did good. I mean, Tesla was the best for
BRQS.
like an option trade, but even ZI, I mean, ZI, that thing went up $5 a share. That was easy. Roku, ZM. We have a lot of really good trades today. See, I was gonna write put spreads on ZM because I actually know that it's like the market was willing to pay a premium before the earnings, and right now it's technically trading at a discount of what the market was willing to pay at that time. So for ZM, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty confident that it's technically undervalued. It hurts to say that because it's still overvalued in
FRGI.
every valuation metric, but pricing model wise, it's still undervalued. Looking at the relative price people were willing to pay before earnings and after earnings, like with those numbers, holy shit, this thing can go up to like 300s. So yeah, put spreads is what I was thinking, but when I took it last week, I had to add on to it like a
CYRN.
moron against me. And then especially I think it was on Monday, I was down on it. Monday or Tuesday, I was down on it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait. But looking at it in hindsight, should have just done it. Good thing you kept up with it, Mar. Well done.
MFH.
I've been trading with Meta for so long, and I still don't get her charts. But that doesn't matter. At least she gets it.
Yeah, you've always said they're way too busy, so it's like, and I've actually taken a lot off of there. That's just my 5-minute chart. I usually trade on the 90 tick.
Yeah, it's much better than the other one. The other one was like, holy shit, it's like a Christmas fair. Trader Joe, I can't tell you that. You asked me twice. I know.
HJLI.
I just avoided answering it. Andy, I have my position for my long term from the 30s. I wouldn't recommend holding on to this scalp position at 50s. Maybe it'll gap up tomorrow, but maybe it'll also gap down. and looking at ZI's chart versus SPY, there's a huge chance that it might gap down.
NURO. CERS. DYNT. Mara.
And guys, I want to
BBI.
give a shout out to every one of the members that are active here, helping out and sharing ideas and working together. Because
Chris.
even ZI, like I wasn't focused on it. I didn't even have it up, but someone alerted it that it was going down, and I saw it as a nice long entry, lower risk. It did go against me though, but I had to add on to it, but still worked out. And even like Tesla when it was tanking, as a team, we can help each other make money. Like it's just easy. You can take our skill sets and use it to build conviction on your trades, make more money when you have that higher conviction. We're not always right, of course, but honestly, I mean, I've always been competitive. So I looked at even paid groups, large caps, long,
XVIO.
short, what is it, chat rooms and small cap chat rooms. We dominate in everything we touch, and that's something that a lot of people can't do on a daily basis. And that's also why we record everything on YouTube,
Duo.
because we want to keep it 100. B, we want to make sure
MOXC.
that we're alerting the best things ever, and when we see those opportunities, and if someone wants to call, talk shit, we can just tell them to listen to the recording. I hate Forex. Forex is just, for me,
BRQS.
a no-go. I can't just sit there trading the same thing. Like, I make money trading ES. How much did I make? Yes, I did really good today. You know, that alone was 3 times my profit target, but could I trade it just solely ES? Fuck no. I'd kill myself if I had to trade the exact same thing. I like that surprise factor, something that keeps you interested. Trading gets boring after a while. Yeah, it makes money, that's why it's exciting, but you want to have like trades that you can take when ES isn't working for you, when you're just not aligned with ES. Why not go to something else? And for us, I mean, we make money in everything: option trading, swing trading, shorting penny stocks, going long on penny stocks. You know, our day trades are just amazing. Like most people that I saw trading ES, I have yet to see someone that holds like we do, that is able to take size like we do, that gets this kind of points per contract. Now today I fucked up a bit, so my dollar per share went down. I did recover some of that dollar per share on the last few trades. But yeah, there isn't a lot of people that can teach you that.
YJ.
I mean, the only trader that I've seen that was really consistent too, and he's a member over here, Chris. So he was amazing at his call outs and his trades. And there isn't a lot of other traders that I've seen that, was able to actually trade the entire move. Most of the guys I've seen trading ES, they're like 2 points up, 1 point stop, or 2 point stop, 1 point up. I was like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, how are you going to trade something that has this much volatility and you're capturing 0.1% of the moves? And plus, our team, like, we built killers here. You guys can hunt for yourselves and really capitalize on it more than what most groups are able to, really capitalize. If you take a look at TradeNet, or what's that other guy's? I forgot. There's some other ones. They're making like 50 cents, $1 max on a trade. Their trades aren't even like like good. It's like whatever's on the scanners or tickers that you probably wouldn't even know the fundamentals on. But we're able to trade the best tickers, the ones that actually move, the ones that you don't have to worry about bag holding because it'll just recover like ZM, and you're still able to profit. So yeah, so I think we're doing a far better job than what the market is offering right now. And to be honest, we're doing far better than even institutions. And coming from an institutional background, I'm telling you, like, we're killing it. If I had the skill set that I have now, shit, I could be like probably like a VP at this point.
DYNT.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, that's why I quit, right? Like, there's no point in working for an institution because they restrict you on your trading. So, like, that's the one thing you want to do in your life. So, you don't want to really be restricted on something that's making you money and consistently money. It's scalable. So, yeah, I think it's important to get that experience, but you don't need it. You guys got us.
Yeah, that's the bad part about working for an institution. They restrict you. They don't let you trade,
Chris.
unfortunately.
Grub.
Yeah, that's the one thing that bugs you. I mean, even portfolio managers, guys, they're not allowed to invest in their own funds, in
I
certain
agree.
funds,
Yeah.
because they don't want you to be emotional on trade. Guys, we are masters of our emotions. Like, just think, like, even portfolio managers managing billion-dollar portfolios aren't, able to do that. Few hedge funds actually invest their own capital because
BBI.
they know they're going to make decisions based on their emotions more than anything else. We're the opposite, the total opposite. Yeah, I do plan on opening a fund. Guys, market's closing. What? And to be honest, at this rate, I think I don't even need outside funding. We can probably do it as a proprietary trading firm. Or even if we do take outside capital, we can take like small amount of capital. I don't want to, like, when you have strategy, when you're this good, you don't want to give out your equity. It's my blood, sweat, and tears that went into this for years. I'm not fucking
AKCA.
just giving that away, unless I have to, right? Unless it's gonna help me grow. But yeah, I don't know if that's gonna help at this point, because now it's pretty good. Gotta say, got a lot better, and I don't even know what my next target is, to be honest. I don't know how like scalable this is. I'm gonna just keep scaling it until the strategy
BRQS.
fails.
PT.
You gotta share your secret sauce over there,
ALRN. AVCT.
With the guys on the hedge fund, sure.
SIG.
But it's not like secret sauce. It's just,
Love.
what
HRTX.
what you guys have spent time in on, learning fundamentals or, technicals.
CLDX.
That's the amount of time I spent on
IVR.
just Excel spreadsheets.
CLDR.
There's no
AGLOG.
difference. You want to be good at, pricing,
NGL.
create pricing models, cause and
CLF.
effect. The more models you do, the better you're going to get. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And soon you'll have your own system, and that's why I always recommend do your FRM. Like, I don't want to teach you guys one method. Like, I always tell you guys, like, even on Twitter, I can tell you who I'm following, but it's pointless because I want you guys to have your own people that you follow so that we can all learn from it. And you guys have your own strategies. That's how teams are formed, and that's how the strongest teams always survive. And they're the ones that are able to pivot faster and take better risk management, better skill sets. I mean, if
PLC,
you take a
BJ,
look, like
Glob,
the one thing
Airy,
that I was trying to
FCEL,
model my success over S&B, beat
APTV,
them. So then my
NKLA,
next goal was
PACB,
like, it's really high up there, but Renaissance, like I really
MRO,
think
Gold,
Renaissance cap what
FIVG,
they have there.
RIC, Ango,
No firm has what they have.
LTRPB,
And
Vox,
the ability to trade $10
News,
billion and still make, you know, 30,
JMIA,
40% returns year over year. Holy shit, I can only imagine that. So
PHR,
yeah, that's
VNET,
going to be the next
CNXM,
target. But not even a target. I'm just like
NVCR,
trying to copy what they're doing.
PACWCHLT, RL, HOG, CNTRS, MTB, CMA, Zion, UAL, Gush, YEXT, JRJC, APAM, ATVI, APS, BRFS, SVC, Acre, ADNT, MPC, VIAV, OISTWD, NRZ, NBR, Goose, WTI, TPL, MGI, AIG, Chef, EBR, CBT,
Yes, look at ES go.
VUSFT,
Melt.
GLT, Excel, RGFT, DXC, DKNYL, JPM, Oxy, ASYY, CAR, TVIX, check, OHI, SABR, SILJ, BLDP, YY, CNK, Halo, Ping,
Oh, and there's that support level, 3180s. This is where they have to hold it or else it's going to go
NXPI,
down. So, oh my God, this is going to be amazing. Fuck, why did I get rid of fixed?
AVEICLK2, Cure,
Oh yeah.
Damn it. I got rid of
Home,
TQQ too, so that sucks. Wow. I need a hedge. I'm going to slowly scale into something while there's still volume.
DGLY, DYAI, FGEN, KMX,
Don't chase on your conscience.
HWM,
Sorry?
No, say don't chase.
FOSL,
Exactly. I got to think about what I'm going to scale
No,
into.
no FOMO.
I got 10 minutes.
ENLC, Glob,
I really want to sell TQQQ puts. That's too volatile. Plus, it
SLS,
expires. Yeah.
SKYW, BZUN, PLYA, GGEN, KGC, DMTK, MBIO, DLST, OXSQ, CRBP, ENDP, DVN, SWN, SLYG, AVSG SIG FCEL Culp SSL CTLT CPRI CLVS CRWD TIGR CNTY Where XHR RAVN WPX LTRPB MESA DSSI FNGU SKT PSNL ALAT XOM ANF CCXI Fund SRT AXTI OXM Save HUD Bid HRB PNNT Cars Dow NWNRGU NKTR BMRA Soho CWK EBRB DOOO SPT LYB AYRO WFC CYH TWNK DGLY PRSP IRDM DXC SNDX FSRV Team YOLO HBI Here Trill AMRC MPX USFT JCI ENBL HIBL CLDX ESRT PEVHP VHLGHWPGRE APACMK PNFP OXISOGO PACWG IBTX AL ABCB IRWD CBRL M JEF IGMS DBIGM SPWR EVR PVIPs WWE NBR ADNT. WGO-STKL. MBIO Grub. ETN. TA. AINV. LE. DVAX. DSLV. Ovid. VRML, XLK, HRI. AVA. Hall. IPWR. JPM, EIGI. DPST. JRJC. Avid. STWD. AVCT, ATOS, CNNE. MGY. VKTNK, IMRN. FDP. Acre. HHC. Well. BC. AX. LTRPB, DIN. NRGU. VNET. SAND. ICD, SON. PACB, EQT. TRTX, FGEN. CYNE. TXRH, FUV. AMTI. DKNGW. Yeti. B. BCLI. SWN. AVEO. NCLH, THR. IMTE. ANF. JALO. DKNG, MTN. GME. GLAD. GEL. MCSO. INSG. AOI. EVFM. CLNC. DXC. Yelp. DL. BLDP, WFC Soho, BDTX. NBR, IRG. GPAQ. Though. On, RWT. SMHI. GABC. TGI, HLX. BNKU. EVR. ZTO. STKL. MFH. FMCI. BRZU. NH. RMBL. USFD. Fly. ZI. SPWR. FTSI. RRR. GOL, MATX. RCI. SI. Rabo. Levi. CRNC, BID. NLY. KT, DPST. VLRX. STC. Pixie. KIN, NTNX. DSLV, HWM. SPT. QLGN, BPOP. SRT, PSNL. FUV. ELOX News. JBL. SSYS. ENLC. LLNW. Land. Riot. OSTK, Zen. ZAGG. Huge. OPES. CZR, BLDP. VKTX. PSTI. JMIA. BX. WFCLOG. Jack. Dish. WIMI. PRAA. REML. SCHE. PK. UAL. SCHF. OVV. Bind. SCHH. XAN. RCEL. Kritia. Cars. Road. MPC. IVR. EKSO. PXD. DOOO. Ta. Stay. CUK. NVR. FTI. CLVS. KDP. ENLV, AMC,
CCL,
FMCI, CGEN, V, VEN, QLGN, CHX, VREX, JETS, OXM, FLS, HGV, L, SAVE, FNDE, Azul, JHG, Mizo, NCLH, DGLUCH, DEL, PZZA, SRT, RCL, SPR, WFC, SIL, Zen, HQY, LK, Turb, Alt, Work, NRGU, NKTR, Mkla, ABO, Zeus, Dish, RRR, Hey, OII,
Lake,
GOL, Guild, IMRN, UAL,
FEAC
VICR, Plus, MTDR, ATOS, AKTS, COMM, CNK, DNK, AUPH, MAC, MFH, ARCC, CAR, FDUS, PBA, LYV, 8, DSSI, CNHI, Plug, Huge, XAIR CRSP IVR SIG Trill Here AAL GNRC B CTRA DAL FMC BCRX WFC TWPP EXTR BLDP PA BPY SLGG Zen Nail JBLU REML STNE RCL GSX HWM IMRN NVGS CCXI ORIC ANF DKNGW DVA Fox NXGN Best SLM Hall FSM WEBL NRGU SRET BZQ SMHI Jets GOL WMC. LK. Azul. SKX. OVV. PK. HSTO. THCX. IIVI. LCI. FTSI. Play. EKSO. AXSM. Very. ESPR. AVCT. Show. DAVA. TGI. BLDP. RMBL. PFFA. RRGB. JBLU. Goose. SNV. IMRN. MMP. AMCR. SPWR. GNW. PSEC. NKLA News. AMC. WFC. Apps. PVAC. Duo. Love. NLY. KLDO. RCL. ARCT. UAL. TLGT. GLPI, LPTH, blue. TNP, ADTF, VER, RMBS, NG. RETA, CNK, NRZ, ATSG. AEY, IMMU, CRNC, SIL, PCG. MTSC, WMC, FTI, PK. ARCT, CERS, DRAD, OVV, HQY, PBA, CMRE, NXPI. Riot, Goose, CCXI, DCP, TPR, TRTN, DISCSA, WRTC, ADTN, GLOG, BLDP, DRN. True. Apps. DRI. Love. CYTK. AMTI. SDC. TGTX. SWBI. PSEC. SIVR. TNP. RDFN. EPZM. PFSI. MET. GPAQ. Skies. NRGU. GPRO. LJPC. CATB. CMC. CZR. CLAW. WBAI. Roll. AMBA. VNOM. AUPH. NBR, CRMD, SMHI. PLYM, OXM, BPMC, KBWD, NTG, SNBR, Scene, GTLS, REML, MEIP, WH, IRT, APXT, AMTI, NLY, Alt, HAS, RDVT, CNP, CRSP, TPR, CORR, SPG, IMTE, BB, ANF, Edit, WTTR, DKS, IMUX, PGFX, POR, Yeti, KGM, PA, QDEL, AMCR, EPZM, SVC, JMIA, Gaia, Play, INFN, CNK, HL, MCLAW, WBAI RRGB GME FAS Dish TNP DLTH VOYA GLMD MYOV NGG RHP GMDA Shui BPY NK EKSO Alt GPS REGI AVAL EZPW BLDP Hog Pace CMC CCXI CCMP LPLA, PEN, HBAN, CNTY, DMKN, SWKS, MEDP, LAMR, CTAS, FOXA. TCO. BHLB. Road. NVTA. EDSA. RVP. DRI. BCRX. Home. HTGC. Here. Azul. TMF. HWM. Hall. ARCC. VNOM. SNDE. ARKF. CZR. OXM. RRR. NVCN. MDP. HYB. MIT. WBT. MYO. ERX. APOP. MMX. AESE. Cron. ZTO. NK. MRSN. ARCT. ASX. JMIA. Clue. Check. News. CRMD, VPG. Rick. LIVX, NLY, WFC, Azul, BLDP FMC, CRBP, SNDE, RVOXM, MOHO, GGB, ORCC, ACH, KBE, BRZU, Very, CRSP, SVMK, CIM, DFEN, GNFT, QTS, CDE, JNUG, WKHS, TLYS, XRX, CNK, MIT, SPG. BMRA, MGI, NLY. Shu, Lila, AEY, EXTR, TVIX, DTIL, KTCC, BCRX, Hack, LKQ, TWOUNIO, ZYXI, LPL, NTLA, Alt, CLSN, SPT, VSH, MFH, News, CSQ, EROS, Reg, EVFM, PK, REZI, BLDP, OSTK, BJRI, CDE, check, BLMN, CYCN. FRTA. CRBP. Fun. OXM, KNSA. Lazy. LQDT. Dale. SPH. LRN. AMSC, PRTS. MLY. Drib. SLS. Gush. DT. NVTA. Ely. ZO. LTRPB. SWBI. Go. MCRB. TGI, OSTK. FRT, LPL, Plan, Ye, Res, BHR, GPAQ, New, SWIR, TSQ, SPMD, NRGD, Tub, ZYXI, SIL, DA, CPTA, CNNE, ARCO, ECOM, BLMN, VNO, Test, Check, AIM, FNB, PGRE, NKLA, Alt, RRGB, XLF, CGIX, Set, ZAGG, WWW, Trox, TCO, NLS, HPP. FMC. LTRPB. SIG. GHM. AMZN. Fran. JDST. BCRX. TIGO. Cal. Fox. NBR. CNHI. MGI. Kin. APDN. DYAI, TZOO. SPDN. SPG. Store, Grub, GME. WTI. GPRE. OSTK. RRR, WGO. DIN. TCO, HGRO. OXM. BJRI. Check. CNNE. JRJC. KSS. LEDs. MMP. TRTX. GRNC. DMLP. Tall. SRNE, FPRX. RF. Love. SSL. Yeti. TBIO. FOXA. ADPT, SPG. UV. WHLRD MRCY. FTSI. HL. Zen. SGH. OBSV. MRCC. CRBP. JBL. ASG. LC. VKTX. HON. Gush, Viaca. Grub. XAN. JNUG. Check KT Dish GIII. NG. KNDI. MRO. Argo. SDGR. MATW. Drib. NCR. Nail. BLDP. Love. PRTS. PFGC. EDNHI. CAR. HRB. BRFS, GNW. APRN. LRVC. RRGB. NMIH, AMN, CPLP. Road. EPR. CLSN. PTEN. ZUMZ. GECC. Fox. LTRPB, Claw. ARCT, Moore. FMCI. Ruby. NWL. MRO. NKTR. TXDR, BCRX. NFG. Otis. Uber. AMC. WGO. SIG. SSL. WBT. RKDA, IMUX. Lazy. TDC, BCS. EPM, EXTN, WTI. Alt. BRKB, PUYI. DLTH. THCX. News. SPG. JPLU. DDD. EWZ, AUPH. AMRX. DAL. PA. SBLK, CLDX. Kara. DGLY. MRO. Bud. DRV. OSUR. WMC. NRGD. DXCM, PPL, IMAX, OXM, ACTT. SM. USFD. LYFT. BRZU. OGIG, JCI. RMBL. DLPH FTI. PUYI. DSLV. BLDP. RWT. EXTR. Ruby. IMTE, RRGB. BPY. TNK. CSCO. PRTK. ZAGG. CWB. IJH. USIOOG, MGV, SCHLYC. T. CMRE. BCRX. SVC. AGS. Check. AROC. TNP. Cube. SNPS. CRK. RPD. SRT. PXD. WTI, SKX. AXP, SSL. SCCO. Ten. GME. Yeti. Pump. Lyra. Claw. EPR. CF. FMCI. Seco, ESEA, CLDR.